about to start this event. The Honorable France Embassy for Indonesia, the Honorable Director General of Climate Change from Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Deputy Director of Directorate of Land and Forest Fire Management, the Honorable Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, IPB University, the Honorable Director of Regional Fire Management Resource Center, Southeast Asia, the Honorable Director of Disaster Mitigation, National Agency for Disaster Management, our Honorable invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All of participants, we would like to say welcome to the first Fire International Conference, Strengthening Collaboration on Global Forest and Land Fire Management here in International IPB Convention Center. My name is Faradila Asya Seviandra as your Master of Ceremony for today's event. I would like to inform you about the agenda we're gonna have today. Starting off, to sing Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Second, we will be hearing a reporting from the Chairman of Organizing Committee. Next, there will be a welcoming remarks and opening, a photo session, followed by 10 minutes break. Next, 2 sessions of discussion with academics, practitioners, researchers, and policymakers. Lunch break will be held between those 2 sessions. And to end this event, we will be hearing a closing remarks. To start this event, let us sing national anthem Indonesia Raya. To all attendees, kindly please to stand up. of attendees, you may have a seat. As a reminder, this event would not have been possible without the contribution of the organizing committee. May I invite Dr. Ati Dwi Nurhayati as the chairman of the First Fire International Conference Organizing Committee to come to stage for your reporting. To Dr. Ati, the time is yours.
The Honorable Mr. Jean-Michel Dumas, French Embassy to Indonesia, the Honorable Director General of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, represented by Dr. Israr Albar as Deputy Director at Directorate Land and Forest Fire Management, the Honorable Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, IPB University, Professor Denny Noviana, PhD, the Honorable Director of Disaster Mitigation, BNPB, Berton Panjaitan, PhD, the Honorable Director of Regional Fire Management Research Center, Southeast Asia, Professor Bambang Hero Saharjo, our honorable invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, let's praise to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing for us to be able to present in the First Fire International Conference. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you, the speakers and the participants who are attending in IPB International Convention Center and online platform. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, on behalf of the organizing committee, please allow me to report on the conference implementation. The First Fire International Conference is conducted through cooperation between Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University, and French Embassy to Indonesia. The theme of the conference is strengthening collaboration on global forest and land fire management with an objective to exchange experience on good practices and of prevention and management of forest and land fires, and strengthen research network for prevention and management of forest and land fires among academicians, scientists, practitioners, and government. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we feel blessed today to have remarkable invited speakers from six countries: Indonesia, French, Malaysia, Japan, Thailand, and Germany, that will share their experience and expertise on forest fires at their country. They are representing academic, government, and other institutions. Today, conference is being held in a hybrid platform from IPB International Convention Center. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this conference will not happen without support from all of you. Therefore, in this opportunity, please allow me to express our sincere gratitude and high appreciation to Mr. Jean-Michel Dumas, French Embassy to Indonesia, for his support to make our conference possible conducted in IPB International Convention Center, Bogor, Indonesia. And Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, IPB University, for his support. Dean of Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University, for his support. Director of Regional Fire Management Resource Center, Southeast Asia, for his continuous and fully support to the committee. Keynote speakers, Dr. Israr Albar from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. All invited speakers, Professor Christelle Heli Alum from PSL French, Professor Ahmad Ainuddin Nuruddin from Forestry Department of Peninsular Malaysia, Dr. Hiroshi Hayasaka from Hokkaido University, Dr. Viranchai Tanpipat from Kasestrat University, Thailand, Dr. Yedi Vetrita from BRIN, Berton Panjaitan, PhD from BNPB, Dr. Agi Wandala Putra from BMKG, Mr. Faisal Paris from GEC, Professor Bambang Hero Saharjo from IPB University, and Professor Johann Goldamer from GFMC, Germany. And also the moderator, Professor Bambang Hero Saharjo and Professor Lailan Sofina from IPB University. And our high appreciation also goes to all participants who participate in this conference for their attendance. Finally, to all committee members, which consists of lecturer, professor, academic supporting staffs, and also students of Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University, for their fully support, passion, and hard work. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we realize that our work is far from perfection. Therefore, please allow me to send our sincere apologies for any mistake during this conference. We wish you happy and delightful the conference. May the innovation presented will be developed and implemented to prevent forest and land fires and strengthen the collaboration between us. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ati, for your reporting. Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be hearing a welcoming remarks by John Michel Dumas, the France Embassy for Indonesia. To Mr. Jones, you are highly pleased. The time is yours.
Distinguished guests, representatives from the ministry and from the IPB University, I'm very pleased to be there and to participate to this opening part of this first international conference on fire. So I would like, first of all, to say that, as you know, France is a forestry country with 1/3 of the land covered by forest and large use of silviculture, and so that's why we have a concern on forest. We have been strongly affected by fire, so this is also why we have a strong concern about this issue. Last summer season in July and August was probably one of the worst since decades, with more than 40,000 hectares burnt, which is very large for the size of the French country, and many fires that stayed during months. And we expect the next fire season stronger. Also, that's very important for us to consider this issue. As you know, France is also concerned with the forest, with the initiative of the French President Emmanuel Macron to develop at the UN level the concern on fire, with the first UN One Forest Summit organized in Gabon the 1st of March, with also the initiative at UN level to develop an alliance for the preservation of the rainforest, which demonstrates that France is at the international level globally concerned with the protection and the preservation of the forest. Forest as the key as an ecosystem, also the key for the climate change, a key also for the protection of the biodiversity. In the coming decades, probably due to the global warming, global climate change, the forest fire will increase in terms of number, in terms of frequency, in terms also of importance, because the rain will become probably lower, the climate change will affect the water level, will probably affect also the temperature and the humidity. And so the fire will become more important probably also in Asian. So the El-Nino effect will be more important and will affect Indonesia and other ASEAN countries. We must work together. We must support each other to face to this situation because it's a global issue. We must share our experience, our knowledge, our practices. We must also build an international network of experts, of practitioners. And I think, and the French Embassy thinks that this conference, it's a piece of the puzzle to contribute to the development of this network and to share expertise and knowledge. Science is an important part also to manage the fire issue and to protect the forest. For the researchers, by providing analysis of the data, by experimenting, by comparing situations in different areas, different countries, science helps us to understand the forest fires, the phenomena, the tendency, and give us some keys to succeed. The French Embassy in Indonesia initiated in 2021 a partnership with IPB to support the university in its initiative to develop a regional center for peatland and forest fires. And despite the COVID-19 situation and some that affected the early stage of the implementation of the project, the program, several training have been organized together in partnership with the PSL University in France. One master degree on forest fires has been launched with some IPB students are following the first years. And some equipments, such as a 3D simulator, was provided to IPB to develop the capability of the university to train students and also practitioners on forest fire understanding and management. Today, the French Minister of Foreign Affairs is pleased to support IPB in the organization of this important conference that gather both Indonesia and ASEAN partners. Today, I think we will learn a lot about fire in Indonesia and fire in Asia. We will learn a lot about experience, expertise, and we'll also develop cooperation between us. And it will be a good step in this long journey to manage the forest fires in the world. So I will wish to all the participants present here and online, so I've seen that there is many participants online also, a fruitful exchange and interaction, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John, for your welcoming remarks. Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Professor El-Nino, attending this event online, the Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, to address his welcoming remarks and opening. To Professor El-Nino, highly pleased, the time is yours.
Thank you for the Master of Ceremony. The Honorable Mr. Dumas, French Embassy to Indonesia, the Honorable Director General of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Forestry and Environment from IPB University.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry that I cannot be live with you, so this is a recording. Let me share my screen. Okay. My name is Virashai Tantipat. I'm from Thailand, and this is a privilege to be here, as Professor Bambang invited me to give a talk about the forest fire in Thailand. So this is the content that I will follow, talking about the burn area estimate, the hotspot, and then the smoke haze, then fire emission, both Thailand and Upper ASEAN, and the Thailand fire and smoke haze situation note, and final words. And they have some slides, spare slides that you can read later. So with the data that we have currently now for the burn area from MODIS, 500 meters by NASA, just to see the trend in the 23 years of the trend. Just say that this the number of this year is still just released it only from January and February. So even with that 2 months, the number is more than last year burn area. So I expected we have more fire on the March and April. So the number should be higher, okay, and then double. Is probably going to go up to the 2019-2020 number, okay. And the average that we can use the 23 years burn area average of Thailand. You can see that for us, March is the most intense fire in up north in Thailand, and we also have like August, July, August, September, and October that we also have fire, but in the south, that's the peat fire, but much less area. And when we look at the land use that is doing this 23 years, you can see that in the agriculture and the forest, both areas are the most land use type that fire have burned in Thailand. And currently, comparing with the line graph within only the reserve forest and only one satellite, SUMI and BP, the satellite called VEERS, some people call WORST, whatever, in the past 5 years, okay, the number is like more than the past 3 years. Let's just say every 5 years there's a more already. And in 2020 we have more fire, 2019 we have more fire, and then the number up to now is currently is more than the past 2 years, okay, and then 2018. And it seemed to be that the rain coming late, so we still have fire up north, okay. Look at the emission number from the 5 global database that for Thailand, the PM 2.5 emission number. This also calculation from the satellite perspective, so lower down, okay. So you can tell that the number of 2023, when it come out at the end of the year, it will go up, okay. And lately, latest information from the using the global fire simulation system with the support by the Dr. Mark Pallington from Copernicus Atmospheric Monitoring Services from ECMWF. So you can see that at the end of April, the number of the carbon emission is almost the same as the year 2019 and 2020. Okay, and the activity late March and early April shooting up. Okay, the gray graph is like a daily graph. Then the red is on your right. The red is the red is comparing daily, okay, with the data. So looking at the PM 2.5 that measured by the low-cost sensor under the project Southeast Asia Haze Monitoring Projects by the Interlab of AIT, we deploy the low-cost sensor all over the country, including Laos, PDR, Philippines, and some in Indonesia. But unfortunately, in Indonesia, it's only a few up, but I don't know what's going on there. Okay, and then this just want to compare that in Chiang Rai province and Chiang Mai province, the number of PM 2.5 that the local sensor can measure in Chiang Rai were much higher than Chiang Mai. Okay, so when people saying that Chiang Mai is the worst, have the worst air qualities city in Thailand, perhaps from this low-cost sensor perspective, it is not. It's
Fire, Department of Safety Culture, finally, without any further delay, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the webinar and also the seminar, of course. I wish you have all fruitful conference and strengthen our collaboration in the future. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Denny, for your opening. All of attendees, as mentioned, this conference is aimed to uncover various perspectives on forest and land fire prevention. And you are very welcome here to be part of this noble purpose. The Director of Regional Fire Management Resource Center, Southeast Asia, you may come to stage and give our gift to Mr. John and Professor Denny in online venue. Thank you so much. All of attendees, we are gladly to invite you to be on our photo session and kindly ask you to come forward and put on your biggest smile. To all attendees, you may come forward for our photo session. All of attendees, please come forward. We're gonna have a photo session. Okay, everyone ready? It is set. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, to photographer, is it enough? One more? We're gonna take a picture with the phone. So, I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, getting one more. 1, 2, 3, smile. All set? Okay. So all attendees, you may have a seat back. of attendees, we have now arrived at the end of the welcoming session. Coffee break is now held. For audience, you are allowed to leave the room and enjoy the snack that have been provided outside the room. You are pleased to enjoy your snack either in this room or outside. Lastly, we are hoping you had a great time and come back to this room within 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get on our main session. This session is a discussion that filled with academics, practitioners, researchers, and policymakers. This discussion will be hosted by our moderator, Professor Bambang Hero Saharjo. Short brief about him, he got his bachelor degree in IPB University, Master of Agricultural Science in Kyoto University, and Doctorate of Agricultural Science in Kyoto University also. He has conducted a lot of research, and one of them is continuation and expansion to national scale of filling a critical gap. Indonesia's national carbon monitoring, reporting, and verification capabilities for supporting REDD plus activities, incorporating, quantifying, and locating fire emission from within tropical peat swamp forests, a project with NASA. Along with his journey, he achieved many of awards, such as John Maddox Prize, London in 2019, Global Landscape Fire Awards from Global Fire Monitoring Center, University of Freiburg, Germany in 2019, and Canadian Forest Service, or CFS, Merit Awards from Canadian Forest Service Natural Research Canada in 2004. Without any further ado, Professor Bambang Hero Saharjo, you may come to stage and the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderators, ladies and gentlemen. Now we entering our conference day. In session 1, we have at least 6 speakers. Number 1 is from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. They will be delivered by Dr. Israel Albar. Second one is Fire and Friends, made by Proper Orchestra. And then second one, Fire in Malaysia, will be delivered by Professor Ainuddin. And then next will be delivered also by Professor Hirosuke Hayasaka from Japan. And then next, the topic will be Fire in Thailand. It will be made by Dr. Terachai. And the last is from Dr. Yani from BRIN. He will talk about what automatic network urban area mapping. As you know that the conference is hybrid. Part of the participant will be here offline, and another one is also from online. And the presentation also will be made directly here, and the other one is also from online and video, because I don't know, maybe now we're entering the fire seasons, everybody's busy, so they send the video, because actually they reject, but I push, you should talk, because they acknowledge my friend and send, and finally they send the video, maybe later on. So for the first time we will hear as keynote speakers, representative from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Maybe we can start from Dr. Israel Albar. Time is yours, Pak Israel. Just 15 minutes, maybe less. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. The Honorable Professor El-Nino, Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, IPB University, Mr. Jen Michael Dumas, Embassy of France in Singapore, Professor Bambang Hero Saharjo, and Professor Lailan Saufina from Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University. As our moderators today, the Honorable Professor Crystal Haley, Professor Hiroshi Hayasaka, Professor Profesor Ahmad Nurudin, Profesor Johan Goldamer, Dr. Kerajai Tampipat, Dr. Yening Petrita, Dr. Agi Wadal Putra, and Bapak Bertol Panjaitan from BMKG, and also Mr. Faisal Paris, all as our important speakers, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and best wishes and health for all of us. First and foremost, I would like to apologize that Director General of Climate Change, Ibu Wilaksmi Dewanti, at the same time has another meeting abroad, so she asked me to deliver a presentation. Just now, she asked me to convey her warm regards to organizer as well as all important speakers and all participants, both offline and online. Let us offer praise and gratitude to the God Almighty for our health and opportunity which given to us so that we can meet virtually in the first international fire conference organized by IPB University, Embassy of French, and Regional Fire Management Resource Centers. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next please. I would like to begin my presentations with a quote from UNEP. The UNEP said, the climate change and land use change are projected to make wildfires more frequent and intense, with a global increase of extreme fires up to 14% by 2030, 30% by the end of 2050, and 50% by the end of the century. This projection should be an alert to all of us on how important the linkage between climate change and land and forest fire and vice versa. Next, please. Many scientific reports show that climate change has been the key factor in increasing the risk and extent of wildfires across much of the globe over the 21st. Now we know about the link between worsening climate change and increasing wildfires. Across Russia, Europe, Indonesia, the Amazon Basin, North America, Australia, and beyond, we have watched fires blaze across landscape, causing immense damage to life and landscape. The majority of all fire cause, tree cover loss in the past 20 years, I think nearly 70%, occur in boreal regions. However, the fires are not naturally occurring in tropical rainforests, but in recent years, as deforestation and climate change have degraded and dried out the intact forests, fires have been escaping into standing tropical rainforests. About 20% of the global fire emissions represent a source of CO2 emissions. In the case of peatland fire associated with tropical deforestation and degradations, fires have cascading effects on enhanced tree mortality and further irreversible carbon losses. Next, please. We noted that both area Indonesia for the last 4 decades, in 1982, here in the slide, and then in 97, 2006, 2015, and the last fire season, the big fire season is in 2019, were among the largest burn area which comprise of mineral and also peatland, not only in mineral soil, but in Sumatra, Kalimantan, more of the burn fire dominantly by the next please. I would like to highlight some cooperation projects related to the forest fire as mandated by the organizer about the collaborations. We have a lot of cooperation in Japan since 1992 when JICA provided forest fire fighting equipment to Indonesia. I was involved on a long-term project since 2001, 2015, starting with establishing the satellite receiver for active fire monitoring. And this year, we will start a new project with JICA, namely the project for community movement program on forest and land fire prevention in 3 provinces. First in Riau, second in West Kalimantan, and the last one in Central Kalimantan. Next, please. With ITTO, we developed a project of capacity building on forest and land fire management in Indonesia, starting last January 2021 until June 2022. It's about 1.5 years project at 3 provinces, namely South Sumatra, South Kalimantan, and Central Kalimantan. And we noted project is successful. It's very successful. We have the all the criteria, the parameters beyond the target. Next, please. Starting this year, we also would like to collaborate with the Korea Forest Service to establish a training center in South Sumatra as a center of excellence for land and forest fire. We also had a plan with US Embassy in training also investigative technique programs at the International Law Enforcement Academy. This is in 2019, but ending due to pandemic. We hope we'll have another collaboration with the USFS or with the CFS, Canadian Forest Service. Next, please. In this slide, we may see the total pattern of the cooperation fire project initiated after the fire episode during 1982, 1983, and 97 to 98. So you may see here, there's starting in 82, there's a small project that's initiating for the forest fire, and after the big fire in 97, 98, there's a lot of fire projects introduced in Indonesia. Next, please. Due to the issue of forest fire, Indonesia established a Directorate of Forest Fires in 2001, and followed by the fire brigades, we call it Mangalagni, which was established in 2002 in 5 provinces and 21 local fire centers. Next, please. Nowadays, we have about it has about 34 local fire centers. We call it Mangalagni the Ops in 11 fire provinces in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi. We total almost 2,000 skilled personnel completed with the equipment and also the SOP. Next, please. We all know that the 2015 is the tremendous fire season, not only in Indonesia but also in many parts of the world. The Moody's detected almost 180,000 of active fire in 2015 and significantly dropped to the 24,000 and almost 18,000 in 2016, and the second consecutively decreasing almost 90%. We learned from the world's fire disaster in 2015 that reached 2.6 million hectares, and with the cooperation with and other supporting from all stakeholders, succeed to suppress and lessen fire incidents in the following years. Last year in 2022, we noted about 200,000 hectares of burn area, both in mineral and peatland. Next, please. We monitor daily active fire from several satellites, such as NOAA, of course, and Terra, Aqua, including the Moody's, and also Suami NPP and WhatsApp. Until last April, we noted less than 300 active fire with high level of confidence across Indonesia. Next, please. We also do more monthly estimation of burn area as we are doing right now. So right now, we have a group, a team, to estimate the burn area. And then since January to last April, we estimate about 12,000 hectares of burn areas, both in mineral and peat soil. And next week, we will have the data for April 2023. Next, please. As the permanent solution to combat forest fire, we implement all prevention activities. You may see here in the graphic of the diagram. There's activities. We do the climate analysis, including the weather monitoring, and then regular analysis. Of course, the weather modification that we are doing now in East Nusa Tenggara to secure the ASEAN Summit is free from fire and also haze. And then we have the operational management here, including the early detections, integrated task force, suppression readiness, technical command post, law enforcement, of course, and fire care community with the local people. And the last one, we also doing the landscape management, including the concession holders, traditional agriculture, and the most important one is the how to manage the peatland, because this is the source of the peat fire. Next, please. I believe the synergy and collaborations among stakeholders should always be improved together combating forest and land fires. No country could face this problem by itself without cooperation and contribution from other stakeholders. It is important to encourage and increase participation from communities, private sector, NGOs, and of course the university and also the international partners. So that's my last slide. Next, please. That's all my presentation today. I hope my presentation could give update to all of us that collaboration play an important role in handling land and forest fire at the site level to the international level. I hope that the conference could deliver such the best and proven experience on conducting fire control and in the end could provide a package of recommendations that can significantly support policy and practices on combating forest and environment demand, and of course as solutions as well as Indonesia and also in Southeast Asia. This momentum and achievement on reducing fire incidents must be maintained and even should be improved. However, the challenge still remains. Yes, we have a lot of challenges, the obstacles that we have to overcome. And this happen, we still need to increase the fire prevention efforts to more suppress the fire occurrences and no more haze pollution as our commitment in ASEAN to meet the haze-free ASEAN. To deal with fire, we need to have a scientific base, and for myself, to me, if I get lost in the decision-making process related to forest fire, the science and scientists are the best where I am. So I thank you all. I want to back to the Madeira. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Israr. We give a big applause to Pak Israr. Many things have been delivered for us, especially he remind us about the UNEP reports in 2020, where the fire will increase to 14% in 2030, 30% until 2050, and about 50% at 2100s. And also the issue on climate change. And then we have a back experience in 1999, and this happened. We have about 11 million hectares burns, and in 2015, 2.6 million. 2019 is about 1.6 million. And then many things has been done, and also in collaboration projects, many here, from like with Japan, HTO, Koreans, and others. And then the last issue is that the Ministry of Environment Policy already established what they call is the permanent solution, something like that. Thank you again, Pak Israr. So that we will have second speakers, and this Professor Crystal Haley from PSL. Time is yours. We welcome Prof. Crystal.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. So I will talk about forest fire management in France. So first, let's start with forest, okay, just to present you. So as Jean-Michel said, we have 30% of our, oh, sorry.
It's not
Oh, yeah, I should do that. It's not working.
No, it's getting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so let's start by forest, okay, sorry. So yes, as Jean-Michel said, we do have a third of our country that is covered by forest at the metropolitan level, okay. If you had the overseas forest, mainly in Guyana, you can add 8 million hectares to the 17th one that we do have in the metropolitan region. So France is the third country in Europe with forests, after Germany and Sweden. Those forests are for, let's say, 75%, they are private forests, here where they are, and the remaining 25% are public forests, okay? And so these forests will be managed with different institutions. The public one will be managed by the National Forest Office, and the private one will be advised by the National Center of Private Forest and also regional centers. So among those numbers, what is interesting to see is that we do have, let's say, roughly half of the forests that are monospecific stand. So if there is a problem, it's all the stand that is concerned, can be insect disease. And actually, over the last 2 decades, we do have an increase in tree mortality due to climate change, which induce dieback and mortality, and also that favor insect outbreaks. So it's a kind of a problem. And so France, French forests are holding 1.3 billion of tons of carbon. So this is also a concern with fire. So actually the forest has been increasing over the last 2 centuries, in fact, and a very increasing, over the last, I would say, 30 years. And so this is due mainly to rural exodus and post-war agricultural revolution during the 20th century. Today, retiring people don't find successors, so there is land abandonment, and so the forest is regrowing. And during the 60s, we had various afforestation and reforestation measures, especially to protect environment, again, erosion, landslide, and even flooding. So the forest in France is increasing. Here are the main species. Oh, sorry, I used to change the year. So here are the main forest species. So in green, you have the broadleaf species. You've got oaks, 4 oaks that are all over France, especially the Holm oak, Quercus ilex, which is really dedicated to the growing in the Mediterranean region, okay, and the others are elsewhere. We do have some pines forests, Pinus sylvestris and maritime pine, which is important because it's located here. And if you remember, it was a brown area, so a private land. This is for wood production, as compared to here where it's environmental forest. So they are not really for production, but they have to be conserved and protected for the environment. And we also have some fir and some Picea species, mainly plantation or in the mountain. And actually there is a shift through time from broadleaf, the proportion of stands that are broadleaf, mixed, or needle leaf, and this decrease is mainly due to insect outbreaks. So let's do that. So now let's talk about fire. So before 73, there were no really archives except in royal forests, so we could not do statistics. But Prométhée database has been created in 1973 in order to have the fire census of the 15 departments around the Mediterranean region, because this was the most burning region at that time. So first it was on paper, then we went on Minitel, a kind of internet dinosaur that just shut down, and then we had internet. So this is the portal that we do have. And actually we were able to do statistics. So, okay, statistics. So what you see is that over the 60s until the end of the 80s, we were something like roughly, in average, 40,000 hectares burnt on an annual basis, which was with many years that were very high. And actually, from these 2 last years of the 80s, the government and the civil protection decided that they had to change their way they would manage fighting fires. And actually, they have been implementing a new French strategy based on prevention and massive attack of starting fire. I will explain that later. And actually, it's very efficient, because it has divided by 3 the average burn rate annually, except for few exceptional years. The 2003 heat wave year that we had, that was very dramatic, And last year, 2022, when a lot of a big area actually in the maritime pine, so the productive forest for wood, has burnt on the western side of southern France. And since 2006, we do have a national fire census, so we have a new database called BDIF, and here are the spots of the fires for the year 2021. And as you see, there is not only the southern part with Corsica here, but also some northern fires. And they are not all forest fire, but there are a lot of forest fire. And actually, it looks like a little bit like the projection that is expected for 2040. And this work has been done in 2010. So Chatry et al. Have used IPCC scenarios, vegetation sensitivity. They took that period as a reference. And as you see, the projection shows that where fire was already present, well, the level of fire risk is increasing, but also you do have new areas that are becoming very sensitive. And at that time, they were not taking into account the insect outbreaks and the disease effects. So I think we're on our way. So now let's talk about the French strategy. So it's based on 2 principles, and to be successful, we need to reach 4 objectives. So it's fully applied in the southern part of France because this is where it burns the most, okay? And it's partially applied, and I'm sure it will be more and more implemented in the other regions. So the 2 principles are first a global approach, which means that there is no separation between prevention and fight against forest fire, and all stakeholders act within a common and a coherent framework. We will see that later, and we need to anticipate. So the strategy wants to solve the forest fire issue as early as possible, okay? And we need to precede event in all time, in all circumstances. And to proceed, we need to reach those 4 objectives, which are prevent fire, then stop fire if they have started during their initial stage, then prevent catastrophic development, and after the fire, to restore the burn area and trying to reduce its vulnerability for the next fire, I would say. So to prevent fire, we can look at long-term perspective activities, such as public education, of course. We also have, public education. We also have landscape management with the creation and the maintenance, which is very important. So plan to promote fire breaks and fuel breaks to reduce fire spread. You can have fuel conversion if you change forest composition and you act on the vertical strata to do not have the fire continuum. You can have landscape fragmentation with different land use. So in the south of France, for instance, to have vineyard inside the area will work as fire break. And you also have fuel isolation by different type of fire break or fuel breaks, with shade fuel breaks if you want to keep a little bit of moisture on the ground, but still canopy must be disjoint to do not spread the fire if the fire occurs. And you also have fuel breaks to limit fire ignition along roadside, to limit burn area. We'll see on the panel next slide. And to limit fire damage, especially for the firefighters. So here you've got at the landscape scale how it can look like. So this one is to limit that forest of burning. Okay, here it's the wildland-urban interface, so it's to limit ignition, and here it's is the path of the firefighter, so it's to limit damages. So a fire break is a path access plus water supply that must be present. On national and public forest, it's performed by the Forestry Office. And for the private one, I forgot the logo, but it could be, for instance, in the southeastern, western part, done by owners association. And on the right, you do have legal obligation to clear-cut brushwood on private properties. So every houses that is nearby or within the forest has to follow those rules. There are distances, there is amount of fuel that needs to be removed, because a clean house is a self-protecting house. And this is important because in case of a fire, this won't be actually, should not be the first priority from the forest fire fightings, okay? So let's change. On a short-term perspective, which means during the fire season, there are different activities that are conducted. We do have on-ground dissuasive monitoring, okay, with volunteers, patrols from townships. We do have, then we also have a monitoring of the vegetation moisture content that is performed by the Forestry Office, and it's based on two reference species, Cistus and Rosmarinus, and those shrubs with their moisture content that is monitored will be able to, we are able to improve or correct the forecast of the fire weather index that is computed by Météo France, so the national meteorology or weather agency. So Météo France. So the way Météo France is working is that he's using the Canadian method, but he has been adapting it for the wind, because we have wind in France, a lot of wind, and which is not the case in Canada. Okay, so we are running the computation at noon, like everywhere in the world, I mean, at local noon, but also from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. to take into account the wind gust. And then this information will be used to modify the initial spread index, okay, into a new one, taking into account this wind, maximum wind. And the moisture content in vegetation will help to modify, if necessary, the build-up index that is used then to compute the IFM, this one. Okay, so based on this, we do create maps based on vegetation types and soil water capacity that is changing quite slowly through time. But with those small dots that are the plots where the vegetation moisture content is monitored, we can see that here, well, the risk is higher than expected or simulated, and here the risk actually is lower. So if it's quite low, we will use the computation using the maximum gust wind for the FWI. If the sensitivity of the region is higher, we will use the modified BUI, so it's called EPSE, and then we compute the FWI. With this map, then we go to the operational level. So they are creating, so there is a team on a daily basis, so 7 days a week. There is a team in the southeast region. There is another team in the southwest, and every day they have meetings based on that. They compute this type of maps, operational maps, and from this, they decide if they have to preposition aerial and ground means, where to put them. They also decide if they need armed air watch with delaying product, so survey of aircraft, and they also evaluate if they will need helps from the outside of the zone, okay? So, to stop the fire, the second objective, during its initial stage, it means that all fire must have burned less than 1 hectare to be controllable, and they must be attacked by ground or aerial means in the first 10 minutes. So we have to react very fast. And if the fire occurs, then there are ordered priority action. And as you see, housing, it's not coming the first, okay, it's the third, because houses should be clean and self-protected, okay? But for sure, they will try to save life, first objective, so they will secure generic public that do not have a suitable shelter, for instance. And so they are going from the flank fire to the rear, and finally, when the front can be extinguished, then they will stop the front fire. If a fire is detected by cameras, by tower, then because it has been implemented before GPS, okay, facilities, so France has created a special kind of grid, and actually all firefighters all around France know how to use it. And so to locate a fire, the coordinates are very, very efficient. So any firefighter from any region can understand where is the fire, even though he would not know that region if he has to come and help local fighters. The first unit that is arriving on the site will be made of different trucks, okay, with different water capacity. Their aim is to try to stop the fire at its initial stage. The incident commander in that, or let's say in that car, will analyze the area, and if they can't stop the fire, he will ask for help to the command, to post, let's say, and so he will request maybe one group with this size of number of truck, or even maybe a column, which is a group of, which is 4 groups, so many, many vehicles. If this is the case, then the fire incident is managed as a military command procedure. So each part of the fire will have his own incident commander, and everybody will be orchestrated, let's say, by a common post with different way to conduct and to exchange, so different radio channel to be linked to the aerial ground means, to the ground means, and even inside a group, there are specific channels for them to talk together.
Can you speak up or speed up?
Yeah.
Christelle?
So, to prevent fire development, the rule is that in case of a second fire start, okay, the aerial means that are engaged on the first one will go to the next one, the second one. And the ground means that are not engaged on the first will go also on the second one, because the idea is to do not have a second catastrophic development, okay? And so, when the fire is over, the idea is to restore and reduce vulnerability. So we may decide to add some tracks on the landscape, water supply and fire breaks. We can also help vegetation to regrow by planting maybe different species that were there before, because those would be less sensitive, less flammable, and so they would reduce the fire risk. And we need to have region, department, and township that build their prevention plan against forest fire, because then all the communities are aware of what's going on. And I'm finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christelle. We have a good applause. If you don't mind, you can sit here. So then we will have a discussion later on.
Yeah.
Just depend on you. Okay, thank you, Christelle. Many things has been delivered. For instance, like France is the third largest forest in Europe. And also there's a problem on insects, and finally on fires. And then before 1973, there is no so many recording regarding forest fire management. And it's in 1976 have a new. And then there is also French strategy, as mentioned before. There is 2 fundamental principles and also 4 main objectives: prevent fires, stop fires during the initial stage, and then also the prevent catastrophic development, restore and reduce the vulnerability. And there are also mentioned many things about the French strategy against forest fire. Again, thank you very much, Christelle. And then we have the speakers, Professor Ainuddin. We can send the video.
Organizer for inviting me to present on So in terms of the content presentation, I will be discussing on the relationship in fire and climate, forest fire occurrences, forest and land fire management, in terms of the monitoring, prevention, multi-agencies collaboration, reputation, challenges, and a summary of the presentation. You know that fire in Malaysia are influenced by climate. We are a tropical region, and we are influenced by different patterns of rainfall. And we are also influenced by the monsoon, the movement of the wind, and so on. And this will bring a moisture deficit at certain parts of the year, certain period of the year, and also it also bring sometimes during dry spells, in the longer days without enough rainfall, and from time to time, in 5 to 7 years, we have a cyclical El-Nino phenomenon, which causes less rainfall and drought. And if you look into this graph, is very broad. Index, look at the moisture in the soil, and this relates to the fuel, the drying of the fuel, and so on. So with higher index, these are areas which the risk of fire will be higher. So it is in Kota Baru, and you can see that different part of the year, you can see the indices higher and so on. So this present trend within the year, the risk of forest fire. And if we look into this graph, this oceanic index is one of the indices in which you monitor El-Nino, and you can see that along the years, you can see that there's a high, strong El-Nino, and this corresponds to forest fire events in the region. We have in 72, 73, 1982, 83, 97, 98, 2015, and 16. So these are events, actually the recent 2016 and also 97, and these are events which the occurrence of fire in the region is high, were high. So these are examples of climatic and weather influences the occurrence of fire in Indonesia. So we need to look at the patterns of climate in order to understand the occurrence of fire in Indonesia. And for this year, there are expectation of forest fire, the expectation of El-Nino occurrence, and this also will give the risk in terms of forest fire. So these are probabilities, high probability, which are showing the occurrence of El-Nino, which will be influence the occurrence of forest fire. So forest fire, which occurs in natural forests, the peatland forest, the secondary forest, forest plantation, and culture plantation, and so on. But presently, we are more focusing on the peatland forest because of the impact of the fires to the ecosystem, and also the conflict it will give production of particulates which can lead to this. So they are more focused on the peatland fires prevention. So in terms of forest fire management, we are looking into different aspects of prevention, fire detection, fire control and suppression, detection, enforcement, and mitigation. And I will be looking at different aspects of these components of fire management. So in Malaysia, there are activities in terms of fires information by different agencies on the hotspot, and you can see that it's from Sabah. The hotspot occurs at different period of the year. So at March, February, April are times where you have hotspot. Because of the dryness, June, July, August, September, these are also area where there is high hotspot. So these are being observed regularly, and the information will be sent to different local agencies with forest fire control establishment. And Malaysia also looking at the risk of fire by looking at the fire danger system, and these are technologies from Canada and have been adapted to Malaysia. And the fire danger system has been just been upgraded by the Meteorological Foundation with their web base, and you can look at different layers of the fire danger system. For example, this one we are looking at the fine fuel moisture component, which looking at the very fine fuel which correspond to the relative humidity, also the moisture present in the atmosphere. So you can see that different areas have different what you call it, scale in terms of fuel moisture content. And this ultimately will be combined with different components of the index, and then this composite index will be termed as the fire weather index. And for example, if you look at here, you have to see that Kelantan as a red spot, we mean that as an extreme index, and the occurrence of fire will be more high. And if it's blue, is a low alert. So these are the things that are done in terms of monitoring the condition for fire. And Malaysia has been also involved in terms of allocation of different programs for the fire prevention, and this has been done in different development plan, in the plan Malaysian plan, intervention plan, and so on. So there are money allocated in terms of establishing and building fire prevention infrastructure. So in the period of 2009 to 2019, a total of 455 infrastructures were built for fire prevention. From this, there are check dams, tube wells, detention pond, watchtower, drainage pipe, which is 3 kilometers long, and the total cost was 48 million. These are allocation from different development budget. So these are mainly in areas where peat fires occurrence regularly, so there is a need and also effort by the government trying to reduce the occurrence of fire in this area. So there's allocation for the building of infrastructure. You can see that from the allocation, you can see that the tube well, even though there are not many, but there are 5% allocation were used for tube well. So these are high budget item in terms of producing tube well for as a technologies can be used for different activities of forest fire management. You can see that we are using drone, the department is using drone, remote sensing technology, GIS, and also now there are efforts of using Internet of Things technology in terms of monitoring different components of the environment. So the example of one is actually a research project by NetFit Group, which is from Malaysia, Indonesia, and also from Brunei, where they are looking at the different configuration of IoT sensors for the monitoring of peatland ecosystem. So these are their dashboard where they can look and monitor the temperature, water level, etc. And the Department of Forestry Department of Indonesia are also using big data analytics in terms of monitoring the fire. They are also looking at using different data from different agencies. We have data from the Meteorological department, we have data from the irrigation department, we have data from the fire service department. So these are combined together and produce different information which help to prevent forest fire, and these are being monitored in the monitoring room in the forestry department. So these are examples of technologies that are being used now, and they will be continuous upgrading different aspects of technology we use to further help in terms of forest fire prevention activities. So in terms of because these technologies are there are many technologies, and different agencies will have different expertise. So there is a need for collaboration. Now there are active collaboration between agencies and departments in terms of harnessing their expertise in trying to prevent fire. This includes application of advanced forest fire suppression equipment and assets, weather information, sharing of water pumps, operation of tube well, satellite information. So these are sources that are being used in terms of preventing fires. So there are regular coordination activities between the agencies, and some of the agencies are producing best management practice, which can be given to different agencies. So these are pictures, for example, training by fire service department using their innovated equipment, and then also discussion with the medical department on how to better application of the fire danger system, bringing these agencies to the ground to learn about the ecosystem. For example, these are people from the DAC, learning about how peat are being formed and so on. So these are information important for the people from agencies so that they are able to prepare themselves in terms of preparing for fire prevention activities. And so there are also activities and sharing of expertise from different agencies. We got funding from GF and IFAD in terms of management of peatland ecosystem. So these are examples of different resources, different agencies get together in trying to reduce fires. So these are different agencies. And the other aspect of fire is rehabilitation of burnt area. It's important because once the fire burn, there will be degradation, and if you leave it to the nature environment, it will take longer time. will remain threat both in forest area and also different areas, and especially so in the future climate prediction of this in global temperature, and this will also have some impact on the dynamics of the climate and may increase the likelihood of intense forest fire, longer droughts, and so on. So these are things that we have to discuss and strategize on how to be prepared at that time. We also have to look at the land use issues because human main cause of fire, and what are the things that we can use for trying to prevent this type of situations. So involvement of local community and public in fire prevention is important because the local community can be a great help in terms of being the people who are taking care of the areas, look out for intruders and so on. This can prevent the occurrence of fire. Rehabilitation and restoration of fire areas, involvement of private sectors on fire prevention is important because these are where the resources can be harnessed in terms of money and so on. So as a summary, fire are complex and we are dealing with the changing climate. So these are things that we have to think and prepare for. Fire are mainly human cause related. So educating the human will reduce the occurrence of fire, and the approach of fire is fire prevention. This have to reduce. You put more effort in fire prevention, then we can reduce the occurrence of fire, which will be more expensive. More resources will be used once the fire occurs. So that is very important emphasis on fire prevention, and the need for continuing collaboration with many departments because they have different skills, different human and so on, and also the importance of public awareness trying to reduce fires. So this, thank you very much for the opportunity from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ainuddin, talking much about the report to fight fires in Malaysia, since the influenced by the moisture deficit, dry spells, and also the drought. And now, because of the ONI, it seems that El-Nino will come, something like that. They already also using many activities in the ground, including fire danger rating systems, and also the multi-agency involved in fighting, and there is also several challenges, and just we heard about the summary where the fight is complex and mainly human cause and everything. Again, thank you very much for presentation, Professor Ainuddin. Next, we have Professor Hiroshi Hayasaka. If you're ready, please. Time is yours, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes, good morning. It's time for you.
My name is Hiroshi Hayasaka from Kyoto State, Japan. Today I will talk about fire in Japan and Indonesia. Japan located in this eastern edge of the Indonesian country. This is the forest fire history in Japan from 1947. Y-axis shows the number of fires. Fires number in Japan is very large, but most of them are very small scale. So just after World War II. Also, rapid economic growth Japan started this period. After this, number of fires declined like this. So nowadays, recent trend is like this. On average, during 5-year period from 15 and 20 about 1,000 fires, and one daily is about 600 hectares. This means about 3 wildfires every day, and destroying 2 hectares. So hectares is more. Just a moment. So this map shows the distribution of forest fire in Japan. Mainly forest in one area as a forest fire. And this graph shows the monthly trend of fire. And fire season is from February to April. Shown right. This is the most dry season in Japan. And this graph shows forest coverage ratio and exit economic development. This is the green line shows the trend of forest ratio in Japan. We are very on from a long time ago, but economic growth, we are using forest until 2020. We rely on forest such as trees and twig, and those things are fuel for Japanese before advent of fossil fuels. Around here, we are using coal and oil. So our forest recovers like this, and also afforestation starts. And we are now about 70% now. It's a same scale of Western countries such as European and United States, and each country has this kind of curve. Maybe Amazon Central Africa is decreasing rate, and around here, and Southeast Asia also declining now. I don't know about Indonesia, but also declining now. But India and China is recovering this curve, we guess. And in Japan, once we have a lot of Hageyama all during the mountain. And this is the red way and a very good sightseeing spot. But after 1 year's afforestation, trees come back again. This is a fire history in Indonesia, and I'm sorry there is no static data for Indonesia, but help of satellite sensor, NOAA gives forest fire data and 97, and after knowledge gives good forest data. Now many researchers are using NASA's data. So we are talking about the forest fire history using modest data and 20 years fire history. This is Central Kalimantan. But from this data, we could say something. But we also pay attention peatland emissions from peatland fire. Not only CO2, but also SO2, NO2, and ozone, and also particulate matter like this. Right side here shows the comparison forest fire burned area. And I compared one case of burned area in 1994. One of the year, there are burned area like this. And recent our burned area in Japan is like this. By considering about the shoreline area, it will be about more than 500 times larger. It will be very large. And from around 2007, joint research in Indonesia and Japan began. And many PhD get Indonesian researchers from local university like this. And from this year, we are collaboration research still going on, and we already submitted 3 papers. 2 of the papers already published like this. In this research, we were using weather data, simple parameters, temperature, humidity, and wind speed. And these are combined with hotspot and rainfall data in fire from area in Sumatra, Central Kalimantan, and Papua, Indonesia, to identify during fire weather conditions and to assess future peatland fire and climate. And we analyze northern Sumatra, southern Sumatra, and Central Kalimantan, and Papua, Indonesia. This paper, first paper, is analyze result in Sumatra, and second one is Central Kalimantan peatland fire. So, one of the results using hotspot data and lunar weather condition measured at Baru in this position of former analyzed project area. Analyzed result shows high fire density area, southern block C. So this high background weather condition analysis. So we compared higher El-Nino year 2050 and same period in Daniel year 2021. Hotspot data is like this. With the help of the accumulated hotspot curve, fires in this year separated, divided into three. First one is surface fire, second one is shallow peatland fire, and third one is deep peatland fire. It depends on groundwater level. And at the time, the year hotspot only this number, very small. So one of the results this slide shows. We compared universal weather condition, temperature, and humidity, and wind speed. So average wind speed of 21 kilometers here during the active fire period. 11 days, suggesting peatland fire in 2015 became very active under this very strong wind, and also under high temperature, more than higher than 34 degrees, and under lower humidity, 40%. And this number apparently higher and lower and higher wind speed than the year fire in 2021. This time which in addition to this large difference, during morning hours, temperature increasing rate is like this. Also, is a very higher than here. And decreasing rate of relative humidity is also higher, lower. And wind speed in the morning time is like this. So this weather parameter, temperature and wind speed, will be used to predict occurrence of active fire. Result of our study will help to predict fire activity under high temperature in the future based on prediction of global warming done by other researchers. Rapid air temperature and wind speed increase rate from morning will be useful for fire forecast in central Kalimantan, Sumatra, and Papua. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Hayasaka. We have to give a big applause for Sensei. Thank you very much for good results. And then the last, I think, the quite important one is the summary made Professor Hayasaka that for protection of the next future of the peatland fires, we should deal with the strong winds and also the temperatures that mentioned. For instance, in the case in 2015, it's more than 34 degrees Celsius, and also the low relative humidity around 40%. Thank you very much. The next, we have a speaker from Thailand, Dr. Perachai. He will be talking about the fire in Thailand, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry that I cannot be live with you, so this is a recording. Let me share my screen. content that I will follow, talking about the burn area estimate, the hotspot, and then the smoke haze, the fire emission, both Thailand and Upper ASEAN, and the Thailand fire and smoke haze situation note, and final words, and they have some slides, spare slides that you can read later. So with the data that we have currently now for the burn area for Moody's, parameter by NASA, just to see the trend in the 23 years of the trend, to say that is the number of this year is still, you just released it from only from January and February. So even with that 2 months, the number is more than last year burn area. So I expected we have more fire on the March and April. So the number should be higher, okay, and then double. It's probably going to go up to the 2019-2020 number, okay. And the average that we can use at 23 years burn area of Thailand. You can see that for us, March is the most intense fire up north in Thailand. And we also have like August, July, August, September, and October that we also have fire, but in the south, that's the peat fire, but much less area. And when we look at the land use that is 23 years, we can see that in the agriculture and the forest, both areas are the most land use type that fire have burned in Thailand. And currently, comparing with the line graph, within only the reserve forest and only one satellite, SUMI and EP, the satellite called years, some people call worse, whatever. In the past 5 years, okay, the number is like more than the past 3 years. Let's just say every 5 years there's a more already. And in 2020 we have more fire. 2019 we have more fire. And then the number up to now is clearly is more than the past 2 years. Okay, and then 2018. And it seems to be that the rain coming late, so we still have fire up north. Okay. Look at the emission number from the 5 global database that for Thailand, the PM2.5 emission number is also calculation from the satellite perspective. So lower down, okay. So you can tell that the number of 2023, when it come out at the end of the year, will go up, okay. And lately, latest information from the using the global fire simulation system with the support by the Dr. Mark Allington from Copernicus Atmospheric Monitoring Services from ECMWF. So you can see that at the end of April, the number of the carbon emission is almost the same as the year 2019 and 2020. Okay. And the activity late March and early April shooting up. Okay. The gray graph is this like a daily graph. Then the red is on your right. The red is the red is comparing daily, okay, with the data. So looking at the PM2.5 that measured by the low-cost just want to compare that in Chiang Rai province and Chiang Mai province, the number of PM2.5 that the local sensor can measure in Chiang Rai were much higher than Chiang Mai. Okay? So when people say that Chiang Mai is the worst, have the worst air quality city in Thailand, perhaps from this low-cost sensor perspective, it is not. It's Chiang Rai, okay, not Chiang Mai province. So I compare with Laos, PDR, Luang Prabang, that we also installed the low-cost sensor there. So Laos, in Luang Prabang, there's the number showing less than Chiang Mai, and Chiang Mai is still the most at the same period from the mid of March until mid of April, in the peak period. But looking at the upper ASEAN perspective, okay, the total number of the carbon emission is like in 4 months, January, February, April, January, February, March, and April are higher than the past 6 years. So a little bit higher, okay, almost the same with 2020. And we look at the map. This is the usual what's going on in this upper ASEAN region. In January, a little bit of fire, more in Cambodia, also February in Cambodia, then it moved up north. And March, more in Laos, PDR, and Myanmar. And then April, more in the Laos, PDR, and then Myanmar as well. So all those maps and graphs have done by Mark Allington. And in the global perspective, also showing that the number in general is not that changed, not much change, okay, in the past, let's say 6 years, 7 years. So the note of what happened in Thailand here is that we have more fires, hotspot that can be detected. The burn area estimate from the modest 500 meter from NASA, even though it's a 2 months, January and February product is already more than last year. Okay? At the end, probably going to be similar to the year 2020, 2019. So, but the air quality is bad. A lot of complaints by the urban people or city people. But before, as you can see all those graphs, a lot more higher hotspot, higher burn area, and higher fire emission. But back then, it's not much of the complaints by the people, not like at the current situation now. But probably because we don't have many low-cost sensors deployed in the field, and then we don't have that good internet connection. We don't have the mobile application for easy information access, and we don't have many smartphones as now, number of smartphones that we have. So back then, it should be worse air quality, but because of the information was not easy to access like today, the situation back then was not that bad like now. So, but this year, it seems that the conflict between the city people and the local people is growing, might be more than it has been in the past few years. And then with the El-Nino coming, next year, we'll expect to have another bad year, even worse than this year, okay, for the forest fire up north in Thailand and this upper ASEAN region. So the final word that I would like to say here is that the people ignite fire because of the economy and social issue. To do that, to make it better, we have to improve the livelihood of the people. So the rate of ignite will be lower by that. The community-based fire and the water management have to do it together. We combine indigenous knowledge and the modern knowledge together to get the correct wisdom, the appropriate one to use. And the air quality will always be the problems, and we have to address that and try to reduce it. We need to control fire with fire, of course. Okay, that's the way. You cannot do it by saying like no burning policy or whatsoever. It will burn sooner or later, and when it burns, like in the US, with a lot of fuel accumulation, it's out of control, and that will be worse. Okay, we need to control. It is not currently. It's not. I don't think it's a climate change. It's a climate crisis. So a disaster and the severe event are inevitable. We have to build resilient and sustainability among us, and our ultimate goal is to cope with the future climate uncertainty and extreme events that come to us. So even though we are in a different boat, but we are in the same storm. Okay, all hands on deck. Think globally, act locally. Imagine what we can accomplish when we work together. Stronger together was our motto for ASEAN, and one for all for one. Let us put our minds together and see what life we can make for our children. Okay, and there are more slide later. That is a little bit that the workshop that we just had. I had a chance to run it. It's about for the forest fire management in Upper ASEAN. So this is for the project for Vietnam, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos here. And we have the preparation for in a week time also that we're gonna have the suppression training, fire suppression training in Thailand, organized by the AFOCO and Royal Forest Department and the France embassy. I want to show you that at the end we have all another paper if you would like to read about it. And then at the end this year, that at the International Wildland Fire Conference, also the same time we took fire suppression training. I have a poster with the NASA firm just to show that what we have done in Thailand using firm active fire information in the past almost 18, 19 years now. If you have any question, you can ask and send email to me. Then I will try to answer later. If I don't know, I will try to find the best people that can answer your question. Okay. Thank you very much, and then that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ferachai. Give applause for him. Yeah. Chai already mentioned about the situation now in Thailand. It's worse than last year's. Even he said that just 2 months is already bigger than what happened in last year's. And then he mentioned also about the using the model made by CAMS through the Mark Paddingtons. And I think one unique one, they said that now is not climate change, but climate crisis. I think it's a good one. Okay, thank you again, Chai. Then now we have the last speakers. It's Dr. Yenny from BRINS. Now your time and place is for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How about people here on offline meeting? I believe some of them probably is already hungry, but my teacher said that if someone hungry, sometimes the brain is work well. So I'm happy that I'm the last speaker for the first session. because most of the speaker already mentioned, every presenter has mentioned burn area, but none of them investigating more whether the product is accurate for local or for general. Just like you said, just like you see that, Professor Chai, right? Dr. Chai, he mentioned the global products, but the next question is whether for Thailand is more accurate or not. So today I will discuss the Indonesia's preparations for automatic national mapping for burn areas. This work has been an ongoing project for the past 5 years when I worked for the Indonesian National Space Agency, or LAPAN, and our agency now been joined with the Research and Innovation Agency, or BRAIN. Next, please. Since the purpose of this conference was to exchange information on forest and land fire management best practices and to strengthen the research work and networks, so I will keep this presentation brief, but I will show you the problem, the ongoing project that we conducted with Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and the future direction that will open the research network in the coming years. Next, please. So you can see here, this is of Indonesia. It's really wider range of areas. There's no way for us to map the area burns by visiting the field site. So the only way is to using the remote sensing data. Indonesia is 5 times smaller than United States, yes, but nearly 6 times larger than Malaysia. And Indonesia has also having more islands than Malaysia. But fire occurs in each region. You can see this from 1 to 6. The number 1 and number 2 for Sumatra and Kalimantan. No, it's okay. Sumatra and Kalimantan is really popular. Yeah, very popular because it has been attracted to global attention due to they have a peatland here. But Raffles also mentioned earlier that previously when the fire occurs only in mineral soil, then probably it's going to be easy to suppress it. But once it happened in part of the peatland, and then it's suddenly the smoke produces been more beyond the fires occur in mineral soil. But the remaining question is, does the entire region have the same fire frequency, fire severity, fire intensity, or overall we call it fire regime, all of which have the potential to influence the capabilities of us to detect in the burn areas using remote sensing? As you can see, the number 3 is in Java Island, number 4 in Nusa Tenggara, we call it, and then here in Sulawesi, and in Maluku and Papua. Next, please. Okay, so in fact, however, non-peatland fires has been responsible for half of the total area burned over the past 2 decades. That's based on one of our publication. And last year, Ministry of Forestry and Environment, the Republic of Indonesia, reported that 92% of the burn areas in non-peatland. So it means that, okay, we are talking about the peatland fires before, but it seems to me that this increased the number in non-peatland, and it's occurred in Nusa Tenggara, the one that I showed close to the Java Island. Now, as you can see here in this figure, the number has increased significantly since 2015 as compared to the other areas that tends to decreasing. So the y-axis is percentage area burn over the total land area. So let's say in Sumatra, how many percent of them? So it means that in Sumatra in 2015, so compared to the area on Sumatra, it means that 2%, more than 2% of that. Well, look at the in Bali and Nusa Tenggara is also just low, but it tends to be increasing in terms of the trend. What about Sumatra and Kalimantan it's decreasing. So that's another phenomena that we believe that even a tiny gap that we want to fill for burn area to make it more, we have a concern about the regional or the local mapping burn area in Indonesia. Hopefully it will fill the gap. And the common technique is by employing the remote sensing spectral indices. But we found, what we found that a single method may not be fit to all 5 regimes in Indonesia. For example, burning some of them occur in the peatland, some of them in the shrubs, in the forest, in savanna, in Nusa Tenggara, or we call it as a field type dependent. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. So in my talk, I'd like to focus on the direction of our center, the Remote Sensing Center, in order to help the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to create a monthly burn map. So note it is monthly. We are not talking about annual burn map. The great news is that Indonesia was the first and the only country in the ASEAN to regularly disclose the burn area statistic on a monthly basis. The fact that the lack of global product at the medium resolution, for example, Landsat or Sentinel, demonstrated that the mapping burn area is not easy. It's not an easy task. It's a difficult task. So it is likely because, in fact, the way a fire behaves can vary from place to place. Probably, Christelle, you also noticed that Indonesia is not the same fire regime in France. So that's another example. Next, please. Our current approach combines the manual and digital classification. When we say we, it means that the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and also BRIN is the Indonesian Research and Innovation Agency. So we combined it. Our task from BRIN is to provide a digital classification map. Next, please. Okay. So we use cloud-free monthly composite images for both pre and post-fire images. And then we calculated the burn index that found to be the most significant to separate between the burned and unburned areas. And then for now, we apply the simple threshold for some region. All steps processed in Google Earth Engine is powerful. Then we don't have to download the data. And also it's really highly computation. It means that it's also doable for us to do for national scale. And then this predicted burn area, we call it, then will be used as a guidance by the interpreter to select or add manually for delineation. So that's the final product. Next, please. So this just an illustration. So Dr. Isra Arbal mentioned that this week we conducted this, we call it consolidation. This is how our team, BRIN and Ministry of Forestry, collaborates to provide the monthly burn area. So the interpreter will benefit from our predicted burn area at the very least to know where to begin, because some problem with human vision is also limited. So at least from the digital classification, we can help them to locate and then to investigate it. Since this year we have included the date of post-fire images. This purpose also for very viable reasons, because the interpreter also needed where does it come from. So it means that last time, for example, last time we did not include the date. So they some of misinterpretation, we call it misinterpretation, because the interpreter see there is a burn area, but the predicted images, the predicted burn area do not see anything. So the problem sometimes with Google Earth Engine if, let's say, there is a delay because the cloud is not really, like we say 1 or 2 hours behind. So that's what we are currently doing. So this is example of kind of wildfire. This is not occurred in savanna or the dry land. Next, please. So in fact, the next example is, so you see a lot of detection based on the a simple threshold, we call it. And this side, where plantation is agricultural activities. It means a lot of burning activities here, but it doesn't include all of the hotspots. So this is another problem, whether which one is correct, because we know that hotspot and active fire is not 100% correct. It's not 100% accurate. So this is another challenge that we face for now. So those polygons do not have associated hotspot or field data, but have an agreed upon predicted burn area and interpreter will be verified during the next phase when we meet during our panel meeting. Next slide, please. So I'm talking about the remote sensing center when our task is we have acquired a variety of spectral responses over various fire regimes using spectrometer. For example, in the left, this we collected in peatland, West Kalimantan, and then the right at Savannah, South Tenggara. I'm sorry if the scale is not really fit, but one of them I'll make it a little bit bigger in the size, the font size, but it's a little bit smaller. But believe me, that this is the same scale, okay? So in remote sensing, we care about the wavelength. So this is an example. We collected 1 month here, 1 month after fire in the savannah. And then the other one here, down there, is in 2 months after fire. And then the other one here, I would say is 1 month after fire. In general, it seems to me that in that particular, this spectral, this wavelength is really critical. We should have another one here, but unfortunately, the spectrometer do not count it until the short wave infrared band, but it's only near infrared band. But in near infrared band, I'm sorry if you don't familiar with that, what is that, the definition, but here it looks like it's almost similar. But in this part whether in the red band, it seems to me that it's a little bit higher of reflectance than this one. What does it mean for our detection? I mean, I just want to conclude for that part. It is either difficult or simple to distinguish across classes. So these are only, I just want to show you that for each site could be a site specific. I mean, the fire regime also will be different, the spectral responses among site. Next, please. Continuing our measurement using spectrometer in Nusa Tenggara in Savannah, we collected at various stages following fires. It means that one of them we collected 1 month after fires, 2 months, 3 months, and 4 months. One of the important discovery was determining which set of pre and post-fire images may have been utilized for monthly burn mapping. Why? Because for monthly, it's really short term, and then we have to consider a lot of cloudy images. So during the event, we have strictly you can just use a 1 month period of post-fire events. And then how you can decide the pre-fire images, because some of the pixels probably covered by cloud. So by that, we discover that the pre-fire images data might have been used for the previous 5 months in this particular site, whereas post-fire data should be used for 2 months after But after that, probably the signal will be decreasing and will be confused with other changes. Yeah, next please. So this is the overall for accuracy, but we need to do that in more detail. And again, it's depending on the region, the field types, the season, the cloud cover, and the challenge I mentioned earlier that also the cloud cover, small fires, and land use cover, including those within savanna, in forest, in shrubs, etc., including peat and non-peat fires. So what we have one of the findings, we have the publication that the modest global product, it's not accurate for the peat, for the non-peat, because of the smaller fires. It's not easy because the modest burn area product, it's in a rough scale, and it doesn't work for Indonesia with the small scale of fires. Next, please. I have 2 minutes left. I think I can, yeah, and 10 minutes, it means, okay. So actually, the future direction will be moving to this stage. We have been tested several approaches, including employing various indices, multi-sensors, radar and optic, as well as a pixel on an object-based and artificial intelligence. Mainly we use machine learning approach. We have prepared some manuscripts. I'm sorry that I haven't put in here because we haven't published yet. However, if you are, I'm open to the collaboration. If you have any question regarding that, just email me. Next, please. Another kind of a dream for integrated geostatistical, object-oriented and machine learning techniques is really preferable for now, which is one of our goals. However, the other challenge is require a comprehensive, a massive, I would say, and representative samples across the country. And again, since the fire regime is so different among the region of Indonesia, not only you are talking about Sumatra, but also Kalimantan is different. Nusa Tenggara is also different. Papua and Maluku are also different. So we need a representative sample to run the artificial intelligence. And again, this is also open opportunities for all of us, the stakeholders, or even for global communities to collaborate, not only to share the field data, but also to investigate whether one method is transferable from one location to another. So that's all from me. Acknowledgement for all of the team. Next, please. So I want to acknowledge my team from BRIN, Burn Area Team Mapping, Research Center for Remote Sensing Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space BRIN, and also Hitung Luas Team, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Dr. Yeni. We give applause. Thank you very much. I think this is also one of the most issue because after the burning, especially the police would like to investigate and question is how big the fire done there, because they will calculate for the value of the cost for the environmental destruction they made. Thank you very much. So I think we have less than 10 minutes. If you have any comment, please, Dr. Raples, maybe the other one. Okay, we have two, Pak Raples and Pak Heru. Ada mic untuk itu? No. Set the mic there. Okay. Don't worry. Be happy.
Thank you, Mr. Bambang, and all the audience and all the presenter. Like all of you already explained, it's just very nice presenter and more clear and make most of us is understand. But however, I still have some questions. The first question is to go through Christella. Christella, as you mentioned before, your strategy against the fire in France, there are 4 states, but one is my question is about how you define when the fire is occurring in the private land. As you mentioned, they have obligation to make clear the bushwood.
Yes.
My question, when they are make a clear bushwood, what decision is mostly they have to do that? And the second, if they are not not obey the obligation, what the sanction or the fine should be goes to them?
Okay, enough.
Okay, so
Oh,
the
only two?
first, otherwise I will
Yang lain dulu,
forget.
Pak. Waktunya terbatas.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
the
no. I think we collect the questions.
Only one question, yes? Because I have to 4%.
No.
Oh no, please.
Oh, then I have to write.
Maybe Pak Heru.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Prof. Bambang.
Yes.
One question, maybe to all presenter.
Okay.
Fire is usually not only in forest and plantation, but also in agricultural lands in the community. What the action already did in the community for control and for prevent the agricultural land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The last, Prof. Julianto from Universitas Indonesia. Sorry ya, para flash. You have to go lunch.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Bambang, Hero, for the invitations, and I really like all the presentation. Maybe I would like to raise our concern that maybe you understand that Indonesia is developing and constructing a new capital in Kalimantan. So maybe you have, all the speakers have some view on the strategy that we should prepare from the earliest time, because we are still designing and starting the constructions to prevent any possible haze or other fire-related problems in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Julianto. We have three representatives from the participant, because actually all would like to ask, but now we have only give 3 persons for Raples, Pak Heru and Prof. Julianto. From Raples, I think you cleared it. What happened in France, but finally you found the fires there, especially for at the private land. So what the government will did it?
Actually,
Okay.
The private lands, as soon as there is a fire, the firefighters will go and fight. Okay, because the prevention is performed on private land by private owners or private owners association. For the public land, it's performed by the Forestry Agency. But when fire occurs, then firefighters are going to fight. There is no question, and it has to be stopped as early as possible.
Any sanctions from the government? Or?
Well, fines or sanctions, I'm not fully aware of how it's working.
Yes.
For sure, there are some inquiries then to know who started the fire or how the fire started. And actually, even though, owners are not all doing right now the legal obligation of clearance, there will be more, and there are kind of law that are starting to be built up that it has to be mandatory. But the thing is that it's also a question of education and awareness. So we need to say it, because then they will realize. And there are really good pictures that shows that after big fires, in areas where the houses have been cleaned before the fire, then those houses are safe, and others are not, and they may burn. Okay, so.
Okay, can I add Paraples? Because last year I went to France, and then based on what I heard, of course there is sanctions, and also a fine, yeah, for money, and also if the trouble put in jail, like we have experienced in Indonesia. So don't care about that one. And then the second question by Budi, and then the question is when the fire occurs at the community land, and then what actually you should do, or what kind of activity and the friends did by the local peoples. Okay.
I'm not sure about community, because actually there are only, I would say, two kind of ownership, public or private. You see, and actually around township we do have public, but so then it's, yes, it's at the community level, but it's it's shared. So here again, if it's public land, then the prevention is managed based on the plan that has to be set up. Not all townships do have that. In the south they do, in the remaining France, not all of them. So here again, the idea is to transmit information to make them preparing those plans. And if fire is occurring, firefighters will come. They have to. And they also can help to prevent fire by watching and trying to detect as early as possible fires, because this is the clue. As it's a highly populated area, fires need to be stopped as early as possible.
You know what? Okay?
Is it okay?
So maybe from Professor Yanto, now Indonesian government established the new capitals in East Kalimantan.
Yes.
So maybe you have some suggestion, especially how to protect, have a strategy, how to protect the areas from fire. Sometimes, you know, the fire do not say something when they comes.
Yeah, well,
so
I guess that
okay.
the way to have, I would suggest some planification of fire breaks and fuel breaks, and to have a kind of network around the city, for instance. You may also think about main wind direction, and to see, well, depending on where the fire could start outside from the city, how exposed it would be based on the main winds, and then maybe apply a kind of landscape fragmentation on the wind side, I would say, of the city, to allow less haze.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Because the question emerged because they actually near the area is also burns fire potentials. Because I experienced several years ago, we investigate the fire done there, and the haze come to the new capitals. Yeah. Actually, I already mentioned about it, but nobody invited me to talk, so so I don't have to share. Okay, now maybe Dr. Leni, you have some questions, because now we have at least 3 questions from Paraples, and then from Indonesia, and from Professor Lianto. Okay, please.
I don't think the first question for sanction is not, it's not for me, Paraples, so I skip it. As well as the fire in agriculture, what is the community action for preventing fires? I maybe not the, it's not my, it's not my, I'm not working on that. But for the last part, since we are working on mapping, and what our team now currently doing is to kind of looking at the potential threat for our capital. For example, one of my friend mapping the the greenness of the areas and the changing the land cover or land use change, because again the fire regime, the change of the fire regime is include the intensity of fires, how many times fire occurred, the severity is started from changing the vegetation. It means that if, let's say, our new capital, used to be really green, and then suddenly we cut it, we change the forest into something else, and then it is possible that also threaten the capital, of course. And I believe that's a kind of the risk map, if I would say, about, as one of the way we can start with to look at, to help to manage the capital.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jenny. So again, thank you very much for Paraflash, Pak Heru, and also Prof. Junanta for the question. So the room is become warmer. So at the
I think
so
there
now,
was some question from online.
oh yeah.
Yeah. About El-Nino.
Oh, there is a question to Professor Ainuddin and Farachai because they are not here.
Can you read it?
And then, no, because, or maybe only for Crystal, yeah, because Crystal here.
Yes.
So the question is, as we know that the Southeast Asia and Europe differ in climate zone, is there a forest fire caused by lightning? So that become forest fires?
Well, actually, almost all fires in France are lighted by human causes. So it may happen that a thunder strike lights a fire, but it's very, very rare.
Yeah.
And yeah. And actually, we are less influenced by El-Nino, but we are more influenced by the Northern Atlantic oscillations.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, it's. Yeah.
So I know the question emerged because now we have a big case last week in Rio. The people said that, hey, the course is lightning. I said, it's bullshit, it's liars. This is man-made 100% on peatland. So now this is my job to investigate, and finally I recognize where it's come from. So then the police will investigate who will catch. There is, okay. Is there a question again? Pak Israr, apakah masih di sini?
Yes, Pak.
Okay, that is your question.
Yes, thank you. I think it's Ms. Alia Kadui. Thank you for your questions regarding the collaboration between the locals and corporate authorities, especially in preventing peatland forest fire in Indonesia. What we are doing now, we develop land opening without warning techniques. We call it PLTB. Since a couple years, couple years ago, by fire brigades Mangalagni, where we planted beets, chili, and so on. And then the waste, such branches could be utilized as vinegar liquid. Of course, to do this, we still need the universities and also the scientists to improve the PLTB techniques. We also introduced the vinegar production at the Daops of Mangalagni as an example to be implemented by the local community. But of course, this is also need research of the containings of the vinegar, and also the important thing is the market. We also introduced the research activities and community grants for the economic purposes. We improved all three activities during ITTO project in 2021, 2022, and now this becomes sustainable activities, such as in South Sumatra at Daops Organ Kemering Ilir, where they may harvesting the fishes after the project terminated and keep going on till now. We will replicate these activities at the Korea and Jika project at 4 provinces starting this year. So I think there's a couple activities that we are doing instead of doing burn for using fire for clearing the land. But now we try to avoid the fire, especially in the land communities. So that's my information regarding the what we call it, the techniques to clear forest field that have been adapted so far. Thank you, Pak.
Oh, thank you, Pak Isra. Actually, if we have more time, maybe Pak Heru can share about how to link with local peoples, not using fire, because we've done maybe several years together with local peoples, so they don't have to burn, just minimum tillage something, then they can grow up. Okay, but they have a question from Yuma Maulana to Dr. Yani, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thanks for agreeing upon the Google Earth engine, although for the monthly product is still challenging. Ideally, we have a dream to do it by, every time the satellite capture the images and suddenly like maybe 1 or 2 hours later, we've already provided like, whoops. And then the question whether we need to average it or not. This is a good question, and we haven't done like combining them both. You may heard that Sentinel and Landsat, they call it a harmonized. Probably that's another case that we can try, but just looking at how we combine it, even for between Landsat and the same data, let's say Landsat 8 and Landsat 9, Landsat 9 or 8, we combine it together. Let's say we produce to make it a single image from several images, we call it composites. That's also have a challenge. So the challenge is sometimes the first day probably have a tiny, like a slight cloud over the edge, and then when we fill it the other date, it also causes a problem. So I would say if, for now, our team work by the same sensor. So we haven't done yet, but I really want to try, if they're available, the harmonized Landsat and Sentinel. So probably that's another
Thank you.
opportunities.
I think this is the last question, eh? No more question? Okay, thank you. Again, thank you very much for all speakers and also the audience. Then I will give the mic to the moderators. So I will close the session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for Professor Bambang. To honorable speaker and moderator. To our honorable speakers and moderator, we are very thankful for your presentation. As our honoring Mr. John Michel, you may come to stage for present our gift to our speakers and moderator. To our speakers and moderator, you may come to the forum. To Dr. Ati, you may come forward also. Audience, please give applause to our speakers and moderators. Thank you so much. To all attendees, lunch break is now held. For audience, you are allowed to leave the room and enjoy the lunch that have been provided outside the room. You are pleased to enjoy your lunch here and allowed to go outside the room for a fresh air. Lastly, we are hoping you had a great time and come back to this room within 80 minutes by 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much and had a great time. again. Once again, to all attendees outside, you are pleased to come inside the room because we're gonna start the event again. Once again, calling all attendees outside, you are pleased to come inside the room because we're gonna have our event starting again. Last call, to all attendees outside the room, you may please to come inside the room again because we're gonna start our event again. Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the second session. The discussion will be hosted by our moderator, Professor Lailan Chaufina. Short brief about her: she got her bachelor degree in IPB University, Master of Forestry in Georg August Universität Göttingen, Germany, and Doctorate of Forestry in University Putra, Malaysia. She has been working as Vice Dean for Academics and Student Affairs, Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University. She had been worked as the team member of ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy or APMS review under ZIC coordination in 2020, and it is now a team leader of manual development of forest and land fire control for Volunatting 2030. Furthermore, in research purpose, she had been working on NatPeat Network ASEAN Peatland Forest Community for Transboundary Haze Alert in an ICT in 2022. Integrated Forest and Land Fire Patrol application with TRISPRO in 2019 until 2022, and many more of her research. Without any further ado, to Professor Lailan Chaufina, you may come to stage, and the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and good morning to speaker in Germany, Professor Goldamer. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a good lunch just now. So after having a lunch break, we are going to continue our session. Welcome to the afternoon session. Similar to the morning session, we will have great speakers and very competent resource persons sharing with us on forest fire management in Indonesia, ASEAN region, and global environment. I hope the 5 speakers we have joined with us offline as well as in online platform. So our speakers for this session are Mr. Berton SP Panjaitan, PhD, the Director of Disaster Mitigation, National Agency for Disaster Management. The second speaker will be Dr. Agi Wandala Putra, Head of Weather Early Warning Division, the National Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics. And the third speaker will be Mr. Faisal Paris, the Director of Global Environment Center. And the fourth speaker will be Professor Dr. Bambang Hero Saharjo, the Director of Regional Fire Monitoring Resource Center, or IPB University. And our last speakers will be Professor Dr. Johan Goldamer, the Executive Director of Global Fire Monitoring Resource Center. So our warmest welcome, of course, to our speakers. It is a great pleasure to have you as speakers in this session. You will have 15 minutes presentation each, and the Q&A will be followed after all the presentation took place. For the online participants, please use chat room if you have any questions or comments. So ladies and gentlemen, let's start to our first speaker, Mr. Berton SP Panjaitan, PhD, the Director of Disaster Mitigation, National Agency for Disaster Management. He would be talk on fire disaster mitigation, but before his talk, let me introduce his first. Dr. Berton got his bachelor degree from North Sumatra University, master degree from University of New England, Australia, and PhD from University of Canterbury, New Zealand. He has a long CV related to disaster management. He has been the Director of Mapping and Disaster Risk Evaluation and currently as the Director of Disaster Mitigation. Now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Berton to share his talk. Dr. Berton, you are with us? Okay. Okay, please.
Thank you very much for moderating this session, and I'd like to share my presentation. Allow me, yes. Everybody can see this, my presentation?
Not yet.
I shared already?
Yes. Yes, it's in the process. Yes.
Good. My voice, it is clear, my voice. Can you hear clear?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, yeah, our topic today is fire disaster mitigation, learning from Indonesian experience that Indonesia have been in the news several years, last years. Because we have counter of forest fires and a lot of criticism from our neighbor countries because of these events, and a lot of distraction from this fire, not to mention our diplomacy with our neighboring countries. This statistic I had this from Global Forest Watch.org that indicates that Indonesia has been losing the forest quite big enough, and is about, in last decade, you can see here, 25.7 million hectares of our forest have been lost. But 10%, over 10% of it lost because of the fire. So a lot of stories actually here, if you can see behind the numbers, but hopefully this conference can identify them and can share and report it as the infertile country. Indonesia has land actually around 18.7 million hectares. You can find it in mostly 10 provinces such as Papua. You can find now the most peatland that we can find in Indonesia, and then Kalimantan Tengah, Central Kalimantan, Riau, and downgrade to Kalimantan Selatan. You can see that if any peatlands experience the fire, it's not easy to distinguish the fire, because deep down on the surface land you find 10 meters over until to 20 meters the thick of the peat to be burned. So it's not easy actually. It's a lot of efforts to do to extinguish this fire. Some of the burning area are far from the surface area that I mentioned earlier. Land opening method actually is still practically doing by local community now, because it's much easier and much cheap to burn the area instead of make it like in modern or using our modern technology. So it's also become traditional in some culture, particularly in Kalimantan. You can find that every person has a right to burn about 2 hectares of let's say forest or bush. So in the opening of the land, you can see here pros and cons of the method of burning. You can see here positive one. I cannot say this one is positive actually. I don't like to say that, but for some people, burning land to open land by burning is very cheap and fast. They can say improve soil fertility, but I'm not sure about this. I cannot say soil fertility to do that, but they say that improve additional income, because some people can get some benefit from burning, because some people ask somebody else to burn so they have some money. But a lot of negative impacts of opening land opening by burning, such as economic disadvantage, because a lot of activities being cancelled, cannot be actively doing that, because the haze, the smoke, the heat can be bother the activities, economic, social and economic activities. And school also can be closed, office, transportation also been the theme. And then negative impact to environment, of course, because destroy the natural ecosystem. A lot of animals, a lot of trees have been burned, and it's not good for our environment. Health, health disorder also can be found because of the haze, the smoke, and our lungs is very prone to the smoke. And diplomatic relationship, like I said earlier, we have some tension between our neighbor countries, Malaysia, Singapore, and even Thailand, far away from Indonesia. This is the map that we produced from INARIS. Everybody can see what INARIS is about. If you like to access to our website portal, you can access it from inaris.bpb.go.id. And you can see here that in Sumatra, northern Sumatra, like Riau, Jambi, Sumatra, South Selatan, and South Sumatra, and then Kalimantan, Kalimantan West, Kalimantan, the Central Kalimantan, and the East Kalimantan, those provinces are very prone to bushfire or forest fire. Even in Papua, actually, you can find some fire recently. So this is the map that we found. If we can find, actually, if we open the INARIS, we can find here the name of the place. What the role of the BMKG in preventing and managing dry meteorological disasters? There are three I can find here. Support the funding and facility to control bushfire. And then support the Minister of Environment and Forestry to avoid duplication of activities as well as duplication of the rules, the regulation. And we also do collaborate with forest fire prone zones like military, and also like ministries, not to mention the communities as well. We have some effort to do law enforcement, but it's not very, I can say it's not very good enough because like I mentioned earlier, if there's a bushfire, they say the community to not burn it, not a company or private sector. So it's not easy to find. But nowadays we ask the people, the local community, to watch out who that one who burns that forest or the bush. So we also do some monitoring by having some application or more modern one. Education and simulation to the community. We have regular checking on personal preparedness, TNI in the life, as well as local contingency plan on bushfire. BNPB have been doing some effort to have some local contingency plan. Local government to prepare emergency status level declaration if needed. So it's easy now for the governor or region or mayor to declare their jurisdiction has some disaster related to bushfire. You can also find building construction infrastructure in next to the peatland. Also mobilizing the firefight resources, helicopter, as well as the plane to spread out the salt in order to create some rain. We also do some forest fire on resilient village, which is their activities at developing disaster risk analysis in local area, establishing the DRR forum. So in village, between village and in village, within village, they have a forum for seeing how in the beginning phase of bushfire. We also develop volunteerism and evacuation plan also to be developed, and training for some volunteers, volunteers, and conducting some simulation. One important one is to provide the wells to have the water if needed later on. Mitigation expert also goes to public education on forest fire mitigation. We do BMKG collaborate with Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency that Indonesia has this agency as well as local governments. Establishing village facilitators and farming, particularly takes from farmers, from local community, private land used for practice and model plant time. However, we find it not easy because no burn peatland utilization is not easy to implement in the ground. Some problems that we find that we need this for skilled people and continuous training for people to watch, to oversee the situation. Also, the coordination is not easy among stakeholders, and we do some program, but it's not very sustainable because we need effort to maintaining this program. So, and challenges also from communities' participation, because community also doing their own job to have their own intake. So if they do a lot of participation on these programs, they could not easily participate because they need money for them to leave. So what we are doing right now is we try to introduce some plant that can be planted in the peatland, sort of aloe vera, coffee, and several chilies. So we have been doing this in several communities. Also forestry and agro-fishery, because you can see a lot of teas actually can be planted in this situation. Also, we develop sagu for those, so we need a lot of sagu for our industries. So the key points for forest fire mitigation is understanding the disaster risk. You can use here in a risk application if we can access to that. Early prevention, including installation of early warning system by education, as well as the open control land open mechanism. Also actively doing regular evacuation simulation. Contingency plans is one part, but it's not very good if they don't do it with the following simulation. Law enforcement is the one key important things, but as I said, it's not very easy to deploy police or whatever law people there because it's far away from the city. Last my slide maybe I will tell about the anticipation action of 2003 forest fire, because we got information that this year the dry season could be longer than last year's. So BMKG have doing some support and continuous coordination, continues doing coordination with Ministry of Environment and Forestry and the other stakeholders. So I believe I once in the meeting with top people mentioned that we need that right now. So BMKG also support and improve local capacity and preparedness through TPPD by having some fresh money in BMKG. Can do this activity. BMKG also prepare standby helicopters. Right now, there are some helicopters in 10 provinces that monitoring the hotspot. And they can also do the information can be also getting from our hotspot application. BMKG also with the National Research and Innovation Agency implement weather modification technique. So if it is the condition is conducive to do this, of course BNPB with BRIN will do the weather modification simulation techniques. That's maybe from me. Thank you very much. I hope you can learn something from us. Over to you, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barton, for excellent presentation. Yes, we can highlight from Dr. Barton's presentation that BNPB has supported other ministries and as well as local government in regional level, like in provincial as well as in district levels. And BNPB has also supported the community and also has developed the some application and developed some efforts, yeah, like INARIS and also other efforts. So thank you very much, Dr. Barton. I hope that you are still with us until the discussion session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have the second presenter. We move to our next speaker, Dr. Agi Wandala Putra. Dr. Agi Wandala Putra is the head of Weather Early Warning System Division. Thank you, Dr. Agi. He is here present offline with us. Dr. Agi from the agency, welcome Dr. Agi. From the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics. His talk would be on fire danger rating system. A short introduction of him. Dr. Agi is the expert team on global multi-hazard alert systems in World Meteorology Organization, WMO. His bachelor from Indonesia Open University, master degree from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and doctorate degree from University of Indonesia. He has conducted some research, among all, investigating the decision threshold for impact-based warning in Southeast Asia, impact-based forecasting in Southeast Asia, what the underlies impact perception, and many more research. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to please welcome Dr. Agi to share his talk. Please, Dr. Agi.
Thank you very much, Prof. Lailan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, good afternoon, and also good morning from everyone who's joined from Europe or another side of the world. So thank you very much for having me and also the opportunity to talk with you. It was really nice sessions and it's feel like a very long time, Prof, because so far I just talked with Prof Bambang also. Usually we just talk online, yeah, but very glad that we can meet and share our thought and update what we just did recently. And I just make some joke that finally we can merge together here on the coming soon will be El-Nino years. So is that the reason or what? So yeah, but anyway, I think it's good opportunity to us to merge and also to see how we can strengthen the capability and also the capacity, especially on the preventing the forest fire in Indonesia, because yeah, if we refer to what the study said in Indonesia, it's mentioning it's not just about the nature, but it's always about the humans. And the statistics said 95% is caused by human. But then, if we have a look on the socioscience, what is actually trigger these people makes some. We just seen how they burn, how they start maybe they not really imagine will be impacted with the really big disaster with the forest fire. So anyway, this is a good opportunity to again to see and evaluate what actually the what we have in our area and also around the world to adapt. And I'm really happy also to see what happened in France as well, to study some similar topic, but maybe it's totally different behavior. So I need to talk with professor also later on. So in this, oops, okay. Okay. So in this opportunity, I would like to again to not just to introduce but also bring some idea. I would like to introduce about what is actually BMKG or National Met Agency do for the forest fire prevention and also the warning, because one of the mandatory of BMKG or agency is also delivering the alert to the people, to the agency, to the stakeholder, to do what I just mentioned on the title, that now it's not really necessary just do the early warning, but also early actions. But then who actually we push forward to do something to prevent the forest fire. So I would like to talk on this part at the end of the presentations. But before doing that, I would like to show you recently what kind of technology that we have in Indonesia, since we released the new platform for forest fire mitigations. So this morning also discussed with so many young scientists that quite interested to develop a pilot project and also some initiative on the forest fire, because we provide several informations like the natural one, the fire danger rating system, because we also did the same thing like Meteo France did with the fire weather index, and also with this platform, it's called the Spartan. In Indonesia terms is Sistem Peringatan Dini Kebakaran Hutan dan Lahan. It means that Spartan is become platform, so it's not the system. So this is platform because we invite all initiative in Indonesia and also this area. So if you found something that quite new and quite useful, because why we do these actions, because BMKG until today has become the bridging from the community to the government who make the decisions in terms of the early warning. So number two, we can see that like the peatland fire danger rating system that developed by BRGM or peatland agency, we also use the information and integrated all the information inside. So you also can see the data, like the hotspot data, radar data, because all this equipment can be really useful for any actions in the field and also any strategy to give better decisions in the prevention of forest fire. So it's we try to provide as easy as you can get. We try to approach with the API approach if you necessarily need also insight. This is the maybe you can try directly. It's called, the address is spartan.bmkg.go.id to see that we just put all the data there, because from Pak Berton presentations, like on the weather modifications, you really need to give right informations to cloud seeding to get good intervention for some hotspot or some area that burn. We give this kind of information with the radar data, satellite data, hotspot, and many others inside. You can have a look detail by detail later. The other side, that basically, since the invitation is mentioning about the main natural algorithm that we quite widely use for forest fire, so we still do the same with many countries around the world. But then it's become so many questions because the topic will be increased. In Indonesia case, we facing some situations with the human. So the anthropogenic aspect that's become need more to integrate it inside. But the standard that we use is the algorithm that can from also Canada with some sort modifications. And the index all also available for the FMC, DMC, drought code until fair weather index, which is you can find easily. And recently we tried to give more access to the local government, because so many case that if we open this information for the general public, because some of them also is the actor who burned the field. So, but we try to give some guidance for the local governments. So if you have a look on the Spartan platform, we can also find the study about the threshold, because we need to identify when or where actually the best time, or not the best time, but more the most prone time when some area will be affected with the dryness of the climate and also the weather. So we give this kind of information so they can be more aware, and they can do some action, so they can really push what they have inside the province to do some actions to prevent the forest fire. So I just bring this idea because the calibration process of index, its index is become a big issue in Indonesia, because to be honest, us, BMKG, we quite concerned on the weather and climate, but we had a really limited capacity on the soil things, on the ground things. So that's why I'm happy that we got so many assistants. So I am expecting that in the future, maybe IPB can do more study about this, because I believe that so many areas in Indonesia will be much different, the characteristics. Some area is peatland, some area is fully with the forest things. But then with this kind of technology, we just put the reference from several aspects, but we need to give more precise with the local aspect. So we call it with the threshold base. But then I just bring this presentations to recent situations, because it's quite interesting, because this satellite is just it's last month, in fact. The big topic, because usually we're talking about the transboundary haze issue, so I just seen that just last month. You can see, maybe it's a bit far away, but the red one, the red bullet, it's maybe I just give you another things. We just detected some area with the smoke there. So you can see there some area in Riau. Apologies, maybe it's not animated, but actually we can see the details there. But it's just shown to recall back all the things. When we talk about the smoke, the haze, the everything, it's not just only matters of us as Indonesia, as the community in this country, but it's also our neighborhood. So I'm happy to have this first conference, because we need to share in this area, in these regions, that one and another will be correlated and also really related. From the data, the wake-up call 2019 and also the alerted for 2015, because it's mostly on the El-Nino years. And seems if we said that the last 3 years is our success years, but we need to be honest, Allah help us with the nature that with the La Nina years, so we can maybe, of course we fight for that, but then the nature also supporting us. But I just bring this idea, so the transboundary haze is the big concern from us. But of course we need to think about the community with this pollutions and everything. It will be much impacted in many areas. So just give you really big background that the climate change issue is still there in Indonesia. So from all this data is still mentioning that, okay, so it's keep warming, and the pollutant is keep increasing, and then the population is keep growing as well. Then we're talking about the global environmental change is still happening in Indonesia, and then one part of it is going to be the forest fire situations. So we see that this is not just only the background, but it's good signal for all of us to have a look again. This morning we also seen the similar data, El-Nino and La Nina years. But then the wake-up call I just mentioning with the 2015, 2019, and many years before, we're facing similar situations every El-Nino years is coming. I don't know, it's, so many experts here can explain to me maybe, what is actually the social aspect when people facing drier period of climate situations. And we can see that it will become, this is the nature, the period of the El-Nino or La Nina. But then if we concentrate with this El-Nino, in the fact, see, 75% of the Indonesia climate will be impacted with this phenomena. So we can say that that's mean our area is really direct and indirect impact with the global or regional phenomena in Indonesia. So we need to have a look and concerns. But what quite interesting, recently I just follow in social media and also maybe some scientists, yeah. I just want to explain to you that how complex we are in Indonesia. Recently, we just facing some flooded area. I don't know Bogor, maybe Bogor is rainy as well. But when last week, Prof, I just walk around Ciamis, West Java, I facing big flood and landslide there. But then people, oh, El-Nino is over. When maybe it's not started, but it's over. Oh my God, it's really a signal for all of us. But then I just introduce you that in Indonesia, there so many phenomena that impacted our weather. Someday I will say that this is the good things from the God that give to us, so we have so much rainfall. But then I just want to give you one of example. I introduce you MGO is the propagations of the dry and wet area. But fortunately, this period is wet area. It's moving from west to east. So when it's come through Java, so we get more rainfall recently, just before El-Nino year is coming. But then, because my colleagues in Kompas asking about this recently, so okay, I will talk this today, and I will show you the 2015 data. So this is 2015 data because I want to give all of us a really strong message. 2015, in right side, so green means wet. On the left side, it's the brown, and black is dry. So this is the same month, but the other side is quite wet, and then it's really dry. This is just beginning of the El-Nino. So why I want to deliver this message, I want to give you another data in this afternoon. We can see that in June 2015, the first week of June, and then the last weeks of June, it's quite changed very fast. It wet on the beginning, but then dry. So what is actually the point? I am quite aware and afraid, Prof, with so many people say that, okay, so El-Nino is not really threat right now because of the rain who's coming at the end of the rainy season. So this data just shown that please all of us still keep, let's hope that El-Nino not coming. It's still possible. But my point is to bring this awareness to everyone who involved on this topic that we need to be ready. So I hope this statement also still heard by Pak Berton to be reference that please be concerned about the situation. So that's my message to close my presentations. I just bring the idea that now in Indonesia we did some shifting paradigm about the early warnings, because before we just talking about the phenomena of the hazard, but then we try to change what the weather will be into what the weather will do. So we work through this concept since the standard of warning need to be established in every aspect, from the hazard informations, risk analysis, and also how we can deliver the warnings. So we open this kind of collaborations and your advice that how we can make these early actions really come true. We try to start with our colleagues in the forestry. So we do something with the alert of the forest fire threat, but then we need to collaborate together, make the risk stable with the response, how we can exercise the matrix of impact and also the actions. So in the future, we will put until the level of community. So when the warning is there, so people will know what they need to do. But of course, this is going to be really long study and more collaborations. So I hope this kind of discussions and my last statement will be going to be a good part for everyone to together and still keep improving our early warning of the forest fire in Indonesia. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Agi, for a very interesting presentation. Just now, Dr. Agi has introduced developments of some platforms on fire mitigation in Indonesia, and also some challenges, especially the weather, unpredictable weather. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Agi. I hope you are still with us until the
I hope.
yes, until the discussion session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker will be Mr. Faisal Paris, the Director of Global Environment Center. Actually, he is now in the field, but he tries to be with us this afternoon. Thank you very much. I hope Faisal has already been in Zoom. Pak Faisal, are you with us? Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Faisal. A short introduction of him. Pak Faisal, Mr. Faisal Paris is the Director of the Global Environment Center, Malaysian non-profit organization, and has 40 years experience in working throughout East and Southeast Asia on forest and peatland management, biodiversity and climate change. He has worked with the ASEAN Secretariat since 2000 to establish the ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy 2006 to 2020, the APMS, and the ASEAN Program on Sustainable Management on Peatland Ecosystem 2014 to 2020. He is currently assisting ASEAN in enhancing data, information and results management in relation to fire and haze. So he is also helping in the development of US $1.5 billion investment framework on sustainable haze-free land management in Southeast Asia. So I'm pleased to welcome Pak Faisal to share his talk on fire and haze in ASEAN. Please, Pak Faisal.
Thank you very much, Ibu Lailan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you can hear clearly and can also see the presentation file. What I'm going to focus on is to look at the ASEAN, the regional level, and look at the action to prevent fire and transboundary haze at the regional level, and some new perspective, new orientation to try to take a more whole of society and the whole of ASEAN approach to change the paradigm and prevent the fire through sustainable land management approaches. This is just the outline of the presentation. I think that most of you are familiar with the issue of fire and haze here in this meeting, but maybe not all of you are aware of the extent to which fire and haze is occurring in other ASEAN countries across the region. So for many years the focus was on the southern ASEAN, but now the fire and haze is impacting all of the ASEAN region. But they're quite different characteristics between the south and the north of the region. So transboundary smoke haze is arguably the most serious regional or transboundary environment problem in ASEAN. This is the smoke cloud from October 1997, covering 10 million square kilometers, and the aerosol trail going right across the Indian Ocean towards Africa. And this also was one of the largest time increase of carbon dioxide emission globally from those massive fires in 1997-98. So in the southern ASEAN region, fire and transboundary haze is particularly dominated by peatland fires. An estimated 90% of the transboundary haze in southern ASEAN is from peatland fires. That was analysis by Max Planck Institute. Because peatland fires burn longer and produce much more smoke than mineral soil fires. In the northern ASEAN region, fires are dominated by fires linked to slash and burn land clearing, contract farming, particularly for maize production, which has scaled up in the recent years to supply and demand for the global livestock and food supply markets, and that also associated forest degradation and degradation. And this particularly, we're worried about El-Nino affecting southern ASEAN in the next few months. Sorry to say that the north of ASEAN already been hit very severely in the last 6 months by fire and haze. Because of the difference in the timing of the dry season and north and south, you get quite the opposite effect. You can see this is the Malaysian Meteorological fire danger rating. This is the drought code. We can see very clear contrast. This is the March, April, and May of this year. That the northern ASEAN, the so-called Mekong region, all in the extreme drought code. Only very small portion in medium and high. So all in that code. Whereas the southern ASEAN is all in a low. So wet condition over much of southern ASEAN, but in the north of ASEAN, very high extreme. So totally opposite weather condition. And so when we're complaining about floods in the south, then they're having a drought in the north, and therefore their normal fire season is between December through till January or February, but yes, this year has extended till May, fire still burning in the north. So this fire danger FDRS code is done by Met Malaysia using the same methodology as, I believe, BMKG, and this originated from the first ASEAN work on fire danger rating, which was developed in Indonesia, and the algorithms are more oriented towards the weather conditions in southern ASEAN, and that means you can see that all of the northern ASEAN is in red extreme, but naturally they do have a dry season, but that means the one size fits all maybe not so appropriate. So now, more recently, in the last couple of years, in northern ASEAN has developed its own fire danger rating, more applicable to the specifics in the northern region. So these are the same time frame as the earlier three images, which were all red, but this is the new adapted to northern ASEAN algorithms for fire danger rating drought code in the north. So you can see there's still a lot of red, but it's not quite the same total situation. And with this revised fire danger rating system in the north of ASEAN, they're able to prioritize where to focus the effort. Last time they were complaining all the time, everyone predicting the whole country is red. Now they're able to use it more focused of which sub-region is likely to have the high fire risk. You can see that for some significant periods, Vietnam has a much lower fire risk than Myanmar and northern Thailand and Cambodia. But this situation is really translating of fire risk, fire danger rating, to real fire situation. Here is the March, April, just corresponding more or less with those images, showing the hotspot and extent. And you can see in the last image, then the amount of red is decreased in the extreme risk, and also the amount of hotspot has significantly declined. But you can see very serious dense smoke cloud covering a lot of the region, and the maybe underestimate of the hotspot numbers. Once you have dense smoke, then we cannot pick out the hotspot, so the fire may be more extensive. So this has been one of probably the worst fire and transboundary haze episodes in northern ASEAN on record. The situation has been getting worse and worse over the last 10 to 20 years, whereas in southern ASEAN, because of proactive action, rewetting of peat, integrated management, and so on, actually the trend has been getting to less incidents of large-scale fires and transboundary haze. So I think northern ASEAN wants to learn from the south, but we need to analyze differently because the root cause and drivers of fire in the north is quite different to the south. But really, we have been dealing in ASEAN with this for more than 40 years, and we have not been coming with the full solution, although we're getting partial solution in part of ASEAN that we need to transfer elsewhere. So this is just a couple of months ago in Lao PDR, and still some areas, extensive fires are still burning. So as I mentioned, in the northern ASEAN, the serious problem is in agricultural area with agricultural residuals, land clearing, forest degradation, but mainly mineral rather than peat, because the extent of peat in the northern ASEAN is rather significantly less, maybe less than 1% of the area is peat, or 0.5% is peat, much less than in the southern part of ASEAN, where up to 10 to 15% of land in some provinces or areas is peatland. So what are the impacts of the fire and haze? Massive impact. 50 to 60 million hectares of land of ASEAN is fire prone in both peatland and non-peatland area. 70, and maybe with the latest data from the northern ASEAN, maybe up to 80 or 90 million people impacted by smoke. 1 to 2 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emitted per year. If we translate that into US dollars per ton of emission, that 10 to 20 billion US dollars worth of carbon going up in smoke. Up to 100,000 premature deaths was estimated by studies in southern ASEAN in 2015, and more than 35 billion in economic impact was recognized in southern ASEAN in 2015. The figures emerging from northern ASEAN, they're talking about 10 billion for this recent episode, but still the fire are ongoing, and analysis still need to be done. It could be up to 20 billion US dollar impact of the northern ASEAN haze. Not only impacting tourist arrival, productivity, health, even agricultural production has dropped by up to 30% due to the large transboundary smoke haze clouds. ASEAN has reacted with a whole range of plans over the last 20 years, and there have been some success stories. I think particularly work in Indonesia in the last 5 to 7 years has been major success story with the focus on rewetting of peat and integrated action. But overall, ASEAN has not met the target. There was the original target of transboundary haze-free by 2020. That has come and gone. Now we're looking at by 2030, extending out, but serious challenges. And basically we need a new paradigm of shift, and we need to be looking more. You can see the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint. We need to be looking at more economic other sector engagement. So ASEAN does have this roadmap on ASEAN cooperation towards transboundary haze pollution control, which is looking comprehensively across different areas. But most important is the engagement of other sector, agriculture and forest sectors, and also finance sector. There needs to be a whole of society, whole of ASEAN approach. And I think the good experience of multi-agency engagement, multi-agency monitoring, enforcement that we've seen from Indonesia in the last 5 years, the focus down to fire-prone province, fire-prone district, fire-prone village, and integrated approach is a major way forward that need to be drawn and then applied in other regions. We also have the zero burning guideline and the control burning guideline. This was control burning was developed by Dr. Lilac based on the Indonesia experience. These need to be maybe updated to applied in different situations in the northern ASEAN region. And come with new paradigm of working. ASEAN has also developed the guideline on peatland fire management, which represented a paradigm shift in how to deal with peatland fire management, adopted by the member states in 2016. And this basically saying that previously so much effort on firefighting that it says now at least 70% of the effort must be put on fire prevention. 70% of the fire management resources, money and people should be allocated towards prevention efforts and reducing ignition sources. And we also need this preparedness, response, and recovery. Often recovery is forgotten about. So this integrated fire cycle is needed. So this, I think, has started to make a significant difference with the focus. But all of these plans and guidelines have come just as that, without any resources behind it. If we're going to have paradigm shift and to change, we need to have very clear resources availability and the engagement of different sectors, particularly economic sectors. So the asset investment framework for haze-free sustainable land management is in progress, being underdeveloped from last year, and should be completed later this year and adopted, but will be a rolling program, an ongoing program up to 2030 to facilitate large-scale changes in investment financing of land management, to avoid financing that will stimulate fire and haze and increase the money for sustainable land management. So it will be multi-stakeholder, multi-sector involvement with an initial target of $1.5 billion US to be leveraged to support the implementation of the ASEAN peatland management strategy and the roadmap, as well as ASEAN strategy related to sustainable agriculture and forestry, and also to help meet the climate targets. In the end, maybe the total financing may be much more, but we're setting initial target of $1.5 billion US. We're linking very much with the target under the UNFCCC, the nationally determined contribution for all of the ASEAN member states. Emission from land use sector is probably some of the most important emission sources, and therefore by reducing fire and transboundary haze, we're significantly contributing to meeting the targets under the nationally determined contribution for the UNFCCC. We'll also contribute a lot to sustainable development goals. We have to talk about change in land management, not stop doing burning. Stop burning, people don't want to listen. But if we say, do this alternative development and get benefit and income, then they will listen. So transforming agricultural waste to green products, conserving and restoring forests and peatland using innovative or biodiversity or climate financing, integrate zero burning and haze-free approach in commodity supply chain, and get that enforced by the commodity supply chain members and financed by the commodity users, whether in Europe, US, or elsewhere, enhancing capacity to better predict, prevent, monitor, and control fires down to the local government level, and have multi-stakeholder engagement is important. This is the core element of the framework: transforming agricultural commodity sectors, empowering and supporting indigenous people in local communities, enhancing sustainable forest and peatland management, mainstreaming fire and haze prevention into sustainable finance frameworks, and implementing institutional capacity in governments across all sectors, not just in environment, not just in forest management, but in agriculture, in economic development, and so on. There are a lot of new potential sources of finance available globally. Climate funds, biodiversity fund, land degradation funds are available, but we see the majority of the funds being generated locally, not necessarily from government, but from private sector, from investment, from commercial banking. We've also looked at the international development assistance support, and we've identified 73 ongoing pipeline and proposed projects which are linked to haze-free sustainable land management. They may not be called that, but they're linked to land use, emission reduction, sustainable agriculture, climate-friendly agriculture, and this already is nearly $1 billion of investment, primarily in the period from 2020 up to 2025. But there are new pipeline and emerging ideas which we're developing and trying to identify financing sources. ASEAN really needs input from all of the stakeholders, including those of you at the workshop. We need to hear about particularly from the research community, from the practitioner community, and from government agencies about ongoing and pipeline projects, as well as new ideas, gaps in funding, areas where new fund is needed. Please contribute. I believe the presentation will be circulated, and we will share the links as well. Do provide information on ongoing planned projects and new ideas so that we can link up, identify the funding gap, and then we have a number of international, national, and local funding mechanisms that could help channel information work towards addressing some of these problems and challenges. So just in conclusion, fire and transboundary haze are the most severe environmental challenge in ASEAN. In some parts of the region, especially in the north, the situation is getting worse and worse, not getting better. ASEAN and the member states have many policies and plans and regulations. Unfortunately, many of them just sit on the bookshelf, not being fully implemented. Challenges with implementation, whether it's resources, whether it's conflict with other sector, it's lack of engagement of the community, lack of engagement of the private sector. So we really need new approaches to scale up resources and incentives for sustainable haze-free land management, bring necessary resource investment to transform land management in the region. The ASEAN Investment Framework and a broad range of other initiatives and projects, working together with multiple stakeholders, can secure the vision for a haze-free ASEAN, inshallah, over the coming years. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Faisal. Give applause to Pak Faisal. Thank you very much for such an impressive presentation. We have learned from you about the differences between the fire in the northern part of ASEAN and the southern part of ASEAN, and also the ASEAN policy and frameworks, and the important is the ASEAN investment framework, of course, and of course the multi-stakeholder partnership still the key for the successful of solution for transboundary haze. So again, thank you very much. I hope you are still with us until the discussion. For the next speaker, our next speaker will be Professor Dr. Bambang Herosaharjo. His talk would be on regional fire ASEAN from different point of view, and then in this opportunity, I think I would not introduce Prof. Bambang because he's already famous, yeah, in all over the world, and also the Master of Ceremony has introduced him this morning. So I would like to welcome Prof. Bambang for your talk, please.
Thank you for Professor Lylan. I hope I can finish 5 minutes before 3 because Johan was already standby. And he said that if I miss, forget it about this workshop. So I should keep the time as 3 p.m. for him. So I will try to on time. So the topic is the fire in the ASEAN region. We said starting from first. No, this is the second one. Okay, so this is titles. I'm from Indonesian University and also the Regional Fire Management Research Centers. Next. Okay, this is the issue that we have discussed before, also from BMKG, where we also warned by BMKG that the entering of the El-Nino is now around 62%. This is on March 2023. Next. This is, you can see from this graph that the Nino 3.4 is over than minus 0.5. Next. Okay, this is Nino 3.4. Okay, you can compare to see that where the position of La Nina and also El-Nino. This next. This is situation regarding the temperature, yeah, predictions from the Copernicus. You can see all the reds. It means that the temperature is above normal between the figure 1, figure 2. Next. Also in 3 and 4, except for the northern part, because they already maybe at the cooling down, maybe, but we don't know yet because Veracha is something different. Next. The situation from 2013 to 2023. You can see here, this is the yellow one is Peninsula Malaysia, Sabah, Kalimantan, and Sumatra. We can see from 2017 is quite flat until 2023 compared to 2013, etc. Next, this is from others, from Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Laos, etc. Next, this we can see here that the biggest one, this is from February until 8 May 2023. We can see the Laos is nearly 3,500 hotspots detected in March 2023, compared with the others like Cambodia and Thailand. Next, this is from 9 April until 8 May 2023. We can see also the Cambodia and also Laos, yeah? And then the decline in April. Okay, next. This is the last week, May 3. You can see this is for Kalimantan, Sumatra, Sabah, and Peninsular Malaysia. Yeah. And this is the next. This is between 2 May until 8 May for Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand. Okay. And this is the from this year, I mean February 8 until 8 May 2023. You can see the February in March, there is also the dynamics, then a jump to the increase in April 2023. You can see there, especially for the which one with Sumatra and the blue one, yeah. And then here, between 8 February to 8 May, you can see here Laos, yeah, it's quite high for the hotspots. And this is already mentioned by Faisal Paris. Between this is I got from SMG Singapore. This is 18 April until 27. This has already around Myanmar, northern parts. And then this is from 28 April, 7 May 2023. You can see has already there. Next, so next. So this is the video where the fire occurs in Rio since 18 April. Last week I was there. This is about 3 weeks then there. Okay, maybe you can see how the fires work on the peatland. Okay, then the next is the 5 May video. No, the next video. Video. You can see there. This is our palm. And then they're preparing the burn still there. Okay. You can see there, actually it's not easy to fight a fire. I think you can stop. It's okay. 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 Then we will see the next slide. This is fire in Bangkok on March 30, 2023. Next, this is the that's been mentioned before by Firacha and also by Faisal Paris. This is on 17 April in Chiang Rai. Next slide, please. This is in Cambodia. Yeah. Okay, almost the same, but this is on peatland because we have small peatland there. Next slide. This is in Laos PDR. Next. See there, this is one article has been written. From there you can see the title. Poor fighting equipment have made it difficult to contain and blazes, something like that. Okay, where wildfire in Laos have burned half of forested land in some provinces. Okay. Next slide, please. This is Malaysia. On the right, on the left is the on May 4. It's maybe mentioned by Professor Hainuddin today, and the other one is in 2019. Yeah. Okay. Next slide, please. This is in Myanmar. Sometimes it's difficult to have pictures there. This is a article that's provided that I can take it. Next slide, please. This is you can see there more than 3,500 hotspots detected by on Sunday rising. This is at Thailand, Cambodia, and Myanmar. There is also problems there. Next slide, please. This is fire in Vietnam. Yeah. Next slide, please. And then this is in Philippines. They have also a big problem there. This is, for instance, like report on May 2nd, 2023, where they more than 872 hectares burned there from 52 incidents, etc. Okay, next slide, please. This is the remain by UNEP. This is what I've seen last week. Actually, you can see the left because of the lock been cut down from several years ago. Then the fire is waiting or stay there. Then they move to the ground. If the groundwater reduce, and I think it's very hard to fight because the canal etc. is not good. So this is again and again produce huge amount of the greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. This is when we went to Jambi with Mark Coherence. We use this camera. Yeah, it's provided by Prof. Julianto, but I don't know he's here or not. You can see below the peatland, you can see in background is still red. Yeah, so it means that's still dangerous. Next slide, please. This is the ecological disturbance when we have a peatland. There's many components will be affected. And then next slide. This is provided also by UNEP. This is fire severity and intensity. With the high intensity, you can see the result, and the moderate, and then finally is low intensity. All depend on what is going on in the field. Next slide, please. This is I got from World Policy Congress last year in Korea, where the first time the UNEP launched the 14% of the extreme fire increase by 2030, and then 30% by 2050, and 50% by 2100. Next slide, please. This is the reason why that we should care about it, because the wildfire will impact the increasing of CO2 and gas emissions, and of course finally will be a problem in climate change, or like Chai said in the morning, it's not climate change, but climate crisis. And finally, there will be increased many aspects, for instance, like droughts, temperature, humid, and winds. And then next, our implementation today is part of the collaboration between Indonesia, especially IPB and France. Then this is the way to collaborate. We went to France last year, guided by Professor Cristel and support by Jean-Michel. On the left you can see the fire simulators, but now we have this one prototype is already. It's not only first in Indonesia but also in ASEAN. We are also in other places. Then, and the below picture is the team from France. Expert is come to support us to make prepare for the fire simulator, and you can see on the right this is the example of the fire simulator. In its conclusion, okay, the problem land forest fire impact was not a problem a week or a year ago, but it's been happening for decades. Not only experienced by developing countries, but also experienced by developed countries. This is because each country has its own problem and its control efforts. So we heard from Pak Agi and also from others. Yeah, sometimes that the country didn't do anything, but the problem is sometimes they have their own problem that may be different. The other problem may be the mountainous area, but the other, like so we have problem with peatland. That doesn't mean that fire cannot be controlled. It's just that every time there are specific problems from each of these countries. One is the reason of El-Nino, which tend to speed up the process of preparing for a fire when sooner. And beside that, also other side effects that tend to support the fire that occurs. Like I experienced last week in Rio, lack of waters, power, and then also the problem with equipment. So sometimes, yeah, fire is bigger and bigger, but finally now is decline or decreases. The last one is the good experience and cooperation, but have now seem to be one of the solutions in controlling forest and land fires, which need to be done in a real sense and not just mere ceremonial activities. Because sometimes I heard that everybody busy when they have ceremonial activities. When the fire comes, everybody it's hard to get where are those guys, because sometimes they have their own problems. Hopefully we can solve this problem. I think that's all I would like to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bambang, for interesting presentation. In line with previous presentation from Pak Faisal, that Prof. Bambang already show us the fires occurred especially in the northern part of ASEAN. And we are lucky being here that Prof. Bambang also share with us the most recent fires, yeah, in the field, in Riau especially. So it is rarely we got this information and a real picture like this. Again, thank you very much, Prof. Bambang. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to our last speaker. I hope Professor Johan Goldamer here with us. Hello, Prof. Johan?
Not yet. Okay, just waiting.
Okay. Okay. Perhaps I would like to share with you a short introduction of Professor Goldamer. Professor Johan Georg Goldamer is the director of the Global Fire Monitoring Center and served as senior scientist at the Max Planck Institute for Chemistry and professor for fire ecology at Freiburg University, Germany. The Global Fire Monitoring Resource Center is a provider of a voluntary commitment for the implementation of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030. In Europe, the GMFC is serving as a specialized Euro-Mediterranean center under the European and Mediterranean Major Hazard Agreements and supports the wildfire disaster risk reduction agenda of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE. So I would like to say hi to Prof. Johan, already here with us. Host, maybe you could already? Not yet. Okay, well, oh, Guten Morgen, Prof. Johan. Do you hear me? You still mute. Your speaker still muted. Okay. Now I could hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, very clear. Yes.
Okay.
Guten Morgen.
Selamat pagi from here's morning in Germany.
Yeah. Vielen Dank for your willingness to be with us, to share your experience. So it is a great pleasure for us to have you as a speaker in our conference. I have already give the participants a short introduction of you. Now I would like to welcome you to share with us of your talk about the global fire. Please, Professor Johan.
Yes, hello, and from the morning in Germany, my warmest greetings to Indonesia. And I'm very happy to be with you today. I'm currently in the field mission, but I have a good place to speak to you right now. And now I think we could share the screen, and let me just test it. My question, do you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let me see. Okay.
Yes, in the process. Yes, we have seen your screen.
Do you see it full screen now?
Yes, yes, already. Please.
Okay, perfect. I'm happy that this is working. Okay, my idea today was to speak about international cooperation in fire management and to put a focus on the process of international wildland fire conferences. This is the term that is being used for a series of conferences that started in 1989. And the reason why I'm saying this, as you can see on the slide here, on the opening slide, that the 8th conference in the series of international wildland fire conferences is taking place next week in Portugal. And this is the reason why I wanted to highlight the role of these conferences as an international platform since many years. Now, as I said, 34 years ago, this process started in the United States, in Boston in 1989, where under the auspices of the United States and Canada and Mexico, they are forming a coalition of countries working together under the umbrella of the North American Forestry Commission, that the United States invited people from around the world for the first time to a global conference to invite leadership of public and private organizations and to discuss programs and strategies for cooperation in order to reduce the damages caused by fire and to promote international cooperation. Now, already at that time, the United States partnered with the UN, with the United Nations system, and at that time it was the organization called UNDRO, the United Nations Disaster Relief Organization. It does not exist anymore in this form or format, because now it is the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. And also considering that the 1990s had been a decade, officially declared decade, UN International Decade for Natural Disaster Reduction. So this provided an umbrella for the first conference. And 8 years later, there was a relatively long interval between the Boston conference and then the Canadians called for the second conference held in Vancouver in Canada in 1997. And without going to the details, it was a very excellent conference in which, again, many countries participated. But most important is that the organizers of the conferences and the participants recommended that a group would be formally established under the auspices of the United Nations to facilitate addressing global fire issues. And a year later, the government of Germany picked up this proposal and supported our institute, which at that time was a research institute called Fire Ecology Research Group, to establish the Global Fire Monitoring Center. And after '98, it was, by the way, a time when we worked very intensively with partners in Indonesia to work on the problems of fire and land use change. And many of you have heard about the project Integrated Forest Fire Management, which was at that time based in Samarinda in East Kalimantan, and which set up a large project in partnering with Indonesian offices, not only from East Kalimantan but throughout Indonesia. After the Global Fire Monitoring Center was founded in our institute, and I'm serving as a director since then, so now it's more than 25 years, a working group was established under the UN. It was called Working Group on Wildland Fire. And as a result of this working group, the Global Wildland Fire Network was founded. And I will come back more in the second part of the presentation about the Global Wildland Fire Network and the regional centers. So we had a number of meetings in the UN system, and the photo that you see here is taken at the World Meteorological Organization in 2001. And here we created what we called the Wildland Fire Advisory Group, consisting of a number of representatives from international organizations and research institutions. And we decided to go for the third conference, which was held in 2003 in Sydney in Australia. And again, this conference focused very much on international cooperation. And there were a number of products, which, by the way, you can find them all on the website of the Global Fire Monitoring Center. A number of strategic papers, 4 strategic papers, which were later also complemented by a paper on community-based fire management. But these strategic papers were aimed at providing principles and rules for fire management in countries, but also addressing international cross-boundary cooperation. And by the way, it was 2 years after the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution had been signed in 2001. And here's just 2 snapshots of the meeting of the Global Wildland Fire Summit, which was held in conjunction with the conference in Australia. So that was exactly 20 years ago. And it reflects a little bit the spirit of international cooperation in fire management. Then, starting with the Australian conference, now the follow-up conferences are organized every 4 years, and they are going through the continents. And now, after North America, the conference moved from Australia to Europe. And the 2007 conference was hosted by Spain. And here in Spain, we were thinking about international resources sharing strategy, but also talking about fire management, prescribed burning, for instance, the use of fire in maintaining ecological systems that need fire, but of course also about reducing the negative impacts of fire. And 4 years later, in 2011, the conference went to South Africa, where the focus of the conference was on involvement of rural populations, rural people in fire management, and also addressing issues that are very interesting and key for Southeast Asia. That is about the problems of fires burning in peatlands, because that is also a problem in other parts of the world, a big problem in Southeast Asia, but also in places like in the Northern Hemisphere, where we also have fires in peatlands. And it was for the first time in 2011 that the Secretary General of the United Nations, at that time Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, addressed the conference. And by the way, I will share that presentation with you later, so you can look for the details of the text. But one thing is important, that the Secretary General trusted that our communities would continue to build a culture of prevention and fire management, and to develop a spirit of global cooperation. 4 years later, the next conference was hosted by South Korea, and it was actually, as you see from the date, in October 2015. It was just 2 months ahead of the Paris summit, which was held in December 2015, which came up with the Paris agenda under the UN framework of climate change. And here the recommendations of the South Korea conference were actually brought and conveyed by the government of Korea to the Paris summit. And the Pyeongchang Declaration, which was the outcome of the Korea conference, which was actually directed to the conference of the parties meeting in Paris, COP21, and calling for recognizing the role of fire management as an accountable contribution to reduce greenhouse gas emission and to maintain or increase terrestrial carbon pools in all vegetation types. And this is indeed what our community in fire management can do, you know, that through proper management we would reduce the excessive emission of greenhouse gases and to preserve carbon. And this could or should be recognized by international protocols and also by finance tools and mechanisms. So the call from the South Korea conference was to intensify capacity building and concentrate on the principles of integrated fire management. Integrated fire management, which is well known to all of you, especially with regard to community involvement, community-based fire management approaches. So that was the message to Paris. Now again, the time is rapidly advancing, and 4 years later, in the next conference, which went to Latin America and was hosted by Brazil in 2019, we were talking about risk governance, about a dialogue of knowledge between all the stakeholders concerned, including, the experiences of traditional and indigenous communities in fire management. Always remembering that our ancestors, very similar to the situation, globally similar to the situation in Southeast Asia, have been very skilled to use fire, to deal with fire without excessive burning, without damaging the environment. And this is what we should reflect on. So in the statement of the Brazil conference, you see here these issues that were underscored, and please take them later on when I will send you this presentation, or take it from the recordings, that these are the key recommendations for the future. It's now important to look to the Portugal conference, because we have been talking in Brazil about the importance of the role of the rural communities, of the people living in the rural landscapes where fires are occurring, wildfires, unwanted and destructive fires. At the same time, fires need to be used in land use. Now, as we are approaching the Portugal conference next week, starting on Tuesday, the 16th of May, we will talk about guiding principles for adjusting strategies, policies, and management in landscapes and at times where our systems are subjected to global change, that is not only climate change but also to change of society. And in a paper that I will also send to you, it's a so-called framework paper. It's currently called the International Landscape Fire Governance Framework. These are principles that will assist country leadership to develop policies. And I'm saying this, Indonesia, for instance, the host country of EU conference, is very experienced in this regard. And there are other countries, however, who are not having national policies. There are not many countries in the world that have worked on policy issues in the last years. So we are expecting discussion in Portugal next week, and the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has already provided a statement. I've seen it. At the moment it is still embargoed. It is not yet published. It will be published next Tuesday. Also, the Under Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction, Mami Mitsutori, she is a special representative of the Secretary General, will but we expect that the special representative of the Secretary General will put it in the context of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. Council of Europe, Organization for Security of Cooperation in Europe, OECD, FAO are expected to give a statement. What is important after the Portugal conference, which is a technical conference, we will go ahead for the development of an international instrument. Now we need to distinguish between the guiding principles that will be discussed in Portugal to the next process after the Portugal conference, where we would work together to develop a framework that would be politically endorsed by countries globally. And now it brings me to the Global Wildland Fire Network, where Indonesia is playing an important role. I'm not sure if you talked about this already today. Maybe Professor Bambang has mentioned this. But let me just give a brief overview. When we started to work with Global Network in 2001, as I had mentioned before, we are working through 14 regional networks. They have different origins, different sizes, geographically. And in this network, we meanwhile have 8 regional fire management resource centers. And I'm showing to you a matrix which is relatively old. It's actually more than 20 years old. It was the initial idea to build to construct networking through centers and responsible agencies at local or national level, at regional level, and at international or global level. And over the years, this has been successfully implemented. And so I'm just giving a couple of examples where at the global level you find, and you are all familiar with the work, for instance, FAO, or left side, or the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction on the right side. In the middle you see our logo as a specialized, as a thematic dedicated center, the Global Fire Monitoring Center. And now we do have at the regional level centers of excellence like at IBP in Bogor, where the Southeast Asian Regional Fire Management Resource Center has been established. Now, what are the roles of these regional centers? And by the way, the first centers that were established had the name like ours, like our Global Fire Monitoring Center, they were called Regional Fire Monitoring Centers. But this term was a little bit misunderstandable because many people think that monitoring is just satellite monitoring, but it's much more than that. So the new centers are called Regional Fire Management Resource Center, and dealing with human resources. And the terms of reference or mandates or functions of these regional centers are to provide advice at the science policy interface to nations and to regional and international organizations for the development of fire management policies and to support countries in the region to develop formal or informal agreements and protocols for cross-boundary cooperation in fire management. And here you see very quickly the names of the centers that have been established. The first, the Regional Fire Monitoring Centers in Southeast Europe, in Skopje, Republic of North Macedonia, 2010, followed 10 years ago with a center in Ukraine, in Kiev, for Eastern Europe, followed by Central Asia in 2015, based in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia, and then 2017, the Regional Fire Management Resource Center for Southeast Asia in Bogor at your university. After this, of course, the work went ahead by establishing a similar center in the Russian Federation in 2020, in South America, in Brazil, and the youngest centers are in Africa, in Madagascar, established in 2020, and now at the moment we are still in the building phase of the Western Africa Fire Management Resource Centers in Kumasi, in Ghana. So these centers are very important for developing the global culture of cooperation, and the center based in Bogor will participate at the International Wildfire Conference next week. We will be together and have a joint session at the conference. So the representation of Southeast Asia, and specifically Indonesia, will be there. And at the end of next week's conference, we hope that we are getting a strong support for the next steps ahead to develop an international agreement that is recognized by the United Nations system, by the member states of the UN. So this is the way ahead. And I just wanted to mention that 10 years ago, first steps had been taken in this international dialogue under the auspices of the United Nations, and it was basically held for the region of the Economic Commission for Europe. But as you can coincidentally see on this group photo that was taken in Geneva at the UN, that the ASEAN was participating in this conference, and also our regional representatives. So already 10 years ago we aimed at expanding these United Nations activities to the global level, and now it has taken 10 years to go for the next major steps, but this is where we are. And with this, I say thank you to all of you, and terima kasih, and I will be happy, and I'm finishing now this presentation to answer any questions if you have some.
Well, give a big applause to Professor Johan Goldamer. Vielen Dank for the very informative presentation. We have learned from you about the long journey of International Wildland Fire Conference, and also the importance of global network. Yeah, and we are happy that we have a regional fire monitoring resource center in Bogor, and thank you for the support for the center. I hope that you are still with us until the discussion session. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to our discussion session. For those who attend offline, you could raise your hand if you have any questions or comments. And I see our Vice Rector here. Welcome, Prof. Iskandar, our Vice Rector. Yeah, thank you for your coming. So now I would like to invite you for questions and comments, please. Yes, please. Yeah, two. Okay. First is please introduce yourself.
Okay, Thank you for listening to me. I am Almira Madi from Pantau Gambut. And yeah, before my question, my team from Pantau Gambut made a resource and model from the historical dataset to vulnerability fire from dataset 2015 to 2016. And the best end of the research is in Peatland Hydrological Unit or PHU Indonesia. But my question, based on the data from Pak Bambang, show that the picture in the field that there are happening fire in peatland area in Indonesia. Maybe I will describe shortly the description of the location that in the field. There is in the Pelintung, in Dumai City, in Riau. In that location is peatland area, and in the fact that location is in the concession area. There is palm oil. So first, I want to ask to Dr. Burton from BNPB. My question is, what action has BNPB taken on peatland which are high change to fire this year, especially in concession area? And the second, my question to Pak Bambang, how's the relationship and how influential is the peatland in the concession or outside the concession on the forest and land fires? What's the relationship like the fire in concession or out of the concession? I think that, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Almi, for the questions. You have question for Dr. Berton and Prof. Bambang, right? Now, please, the other question. Yeah, please. Please, the mic here in the front.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Selamat sore dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Izin Ibu pakai bahasa Indonesia.
Iya, ya, silakan Pak.
Kami ingin menanyakan terkait tadi prediksi cuaca. Memang kami waktu melakukan rakorsus Karhutla diberikan gambaran oleh BMKG untuk Kalimantan Barat akan terjadi El-Nino tetapi lemah ya. Itu penjelasannya seperti apa? Kemungkinan akan terjadi El-Nino tetapi lemah dan pada bulan Juni sampai Agustus itu curah hujannya kemungkinannya bawah normal sampai normal. Kalimantan Barat biasa Bu dalam musim kemarau dalam 1 tahun itu 2 kali, itu di bulan Januari sampai April dan di bulan Juni sampai September. Kami sudah melewati bulan Februari sampai April. Alhamdulillah tidak asap Bu. Alhamdulillah tidak asap. Kami sudah juga melakukan konsolidasi di Kalbar sampai ke tingkat tapak. Kami sudah juga melakukan restorasi dengan luas terdampak sampai tahun ini sekitar 135.000 hektar untuk gambutnya. Ada satu hal kebijakan yang diambil oleh pemerintah Provinsi Kalimantan Barat. Kalbar mengeluarkan perda pembukaan lahan untuk perladangan berbasis kearifan lokal. Itu mengizinkan masyarakatnya untuk membuka lahan dengan membakar tetapi terkendali, dikendalikan dan bukan di areal gambut. Untuk hal-hal seperti perda ini kami juga memohon saran ke Pak Prof. Bambang ya. Itu yang sudah dilakukan. Terus kami ingin menyarankan Bu di dalam konferensi ini juga dapat memberikan rekomendasi gimana kita melakukan teknologi TMC. Karena kalau sudah terbakar, yang bisa pengalaman kami yang bisa memadamkan adalah hujan. Karena terbatasnya sumber daya dan luas dan banyaknya lokasi yang terbakar. Kalau terbakarnya di mineral itu akan lebih mudah kita memadamkannya, tetapi ketika terbakarnya di gambut ini biasanya hujanlah yang memadamkannya. Tetapi kita tetap melakukan yang utama adalah pencegahan. Mungkin itu Bu, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Ya, baik, terima kasih Pak atas pertanyaannya. Mohon izin Pak untuk menerjemahkan untuk teman-teman dari luar. So I would like to translate what he has mentioned just now. He's from West Kalimantan, and he would like to ask about the weather prediction. Maybe Dr. Agi will respond to this question because according to weather prediction from BMKG that there will be El-Nino, weak El-Nino in this year, and especially in and he asked about what's the meaning of the weak El-Nino, and he mentioned also that in West Kalimantan the fire season or dry season mostly occur in January to April, and the second phase is July to October. So far for this year, January to April, no big fire, so thank God for this. And the government of West Kalimantan also has restored about tadi 250.000 hektar ya Pak, restorasi yang sudah ya 135 hectares of restored peatland. And also the new information is that the government of West Kalimantan has released the regional or provincial regulation on the control burning. The control burning based on the local knowledge, yeah, but not for peatland. So the government just released that the local community can do control burning, but not for peatland. And also he would like to have a recommendation from the conference about the use of TMC. TMC is the weather modification technology, which is used to support the fire, especially fire suppression. But how about the fire prevention? That's all of his comments and question. So any other questions or comment from the floor? Oh yes, Prof. Imas, please.
Thank you, Prof. Lailan. My question to Dr. Faisal Paris. Thank you for your presentation, Doctor. My question is how to maintain the sustainability of the program, especially in preventing peatland fires after the project finish. Because I think this is the issue, yeah, when the project finish, then for example the funding is stopped, then the community also will stop preventing the peatland from fires. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you, Prof. Imas. I think that's all for the first session of Q&A. Now I would like to invite Dr. Agi to respond to the question for the weather prediction.
Bapak in English it's okay Pak atau bahasa? Bahasa.
Yeah. In English it's okay ya Pak. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Pak siapa Pak? Pak Khairi, baik, from Kalimantan Barat ya. So, receiving your questions, directly I start to check the latest data again, because refer to your questions. In fact, El-Nino, La Nina, it's been long times happening in Indonesia, but not so many people is quite familiar, Pak ya. But I will make it simple. So when El-Nino years come, El-Nino is something far away actually, but when it's come to Indonesia, not come but is affected to Indonesian's area. So to make it easy, when it's rainy seasons, it more drier. But when it's dry seasons, even drier. So this is the opposite from La Nina, Pak. So when it's La Nina, so it will be, if the rainy season is getting more rain there, but then if it's dry seasons, we will reach some level of rain during the dry periods. So that's a really good example from the last 3 years. We got, let's say, jackpot for extreme weather, but in other side for preventing of the early forest fire, it's good things, because we got so many rain during La Nina years, even on the dry periods. So what that's mean with the El Nino on the normal or a weak? So the main point is not the weak or how strong is the El Nino, but the behavior of the nature during the El Nino years, it will be more drier. So that's the first thing that we need to be considered. So that's mean after 3 years of La Nina, so we need to really concerns about the years of El Nino, because until today the predictions sure this month is still normal, but then it's getting stronger from next month, July, August, September, October. Then the big descriptions of what will happen on June until October. So for Sumatra, Kalimantan and Java, especially Sumatra and Java, it's the area who really dry during this period, Pak. So in terms of awareness, we need to be really start actually from now, but preparing from June, July, August, September and October this year. Since I just mentioning on the previous presentations that we need to consider so many variables and interactions in this country, but this, because of El Nino, is global phenomena. Global phenomena means the affected area will be also quite big, yeah, quite a huge area. But there is a good things from these questions, Pak, because you just raised up about Kalimantan Barat, Pak, yeah. So this is also need to be underlined to everyone that we are really big country and we have 3 different climate zone, type of climate. And Kalimantan Barat is, we have 2 peak of rainy seasons, but then that's mean also we have 2 period of the dry area. So that's mean, please do not surprise that if forest fire threat a bit different or a bit earlier, because we need to consider that such of rainfall is still occurred so many in this period, but then when during the dry season is getting more frequent. So I can say that we have so many type like this. We have the monsoonal type, to equatorial with the 2 peak of rainfall periods, and there is one more thing, is unclear, or we call it local. So we can say that every actions on the early warning of forest fire need to be really considered of the local perspective, because one area and another is going to be different. It will be also, I believe, impacted to the local characteristic of the farmers, for example. It will be different. Their actions to start burn the area for planting, for example, it may be also different. But again, refer to the questions that El Nino years need to be warned on the beginning, and we need to be prepared, Pak, because that's mean the dry season will be more dry, akan lebih kering, Pak. So harapannya tidak memburuk ya. but the good things on the preparedness is we need to start ready from now, as soon as possible. Thank you. Maybe I hope it's quite clear for you, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agri. So we need to be prepared for the worst. Prof. Bambang and Dr. Berton, may I give the next question to Pak Faisal first because he is going to leave. Please, Pak Faisal, to respond to Prof. Imas' question.
Thank you very much, Prof. Imas, for the question. So this, I think, has been the previous paradigm of international support being project-oriented and even national budget allocation being project-oriented. And when the project finished, then there's no sustainability. But what we're looking at is really to have a paradigm shift, a change to more programmatic and long-term basis, and to look at the regular different financing channels to finance things and focus on bringing finance for new business or change business approach, and to build in specific changes into the financing. So for example, one of the main causes of fire in the northern part of ASEAN is the burning of agricultural residuals, post-harvest. So for example, maize or other crop are passed amount, so-called waste, and also some land clearing biomass, and then burning of that. So to change the paradigm, we have to make that so-called waste into valuable product. And then so for example, it can be used for generation of a biofuel, it can be used for electricity generator, it can be used for making into products, fiberboard, to many other things. You can develop biochar. There are many potential products. But why is it not happening? It's not happening because the lack of financing available to the farmer, the individual farmer, and then the issue of market access or transport or moving. These are basically impediments that stop this alternative come into play. So what we're looking at is like a whole of ecosystem change, and that need to have either incentives by government plus financing available. So we've been talking to commercial bank. So for example, CIMB Niaga in Indonesia, CIMB in Malaysia, and CIMB also has a Thai program, and they are targeting to make available $9 billion to support sustainable financing activity, and they've committed part of that will be to help financing in this transforming agriculture, production, circular economy, and so on. So I think we want to change the previous arrangement and look at how to roll out finance to rural community. There will be other things about lack of, to get credit, then you need to have collateral. So those are also barriers. So to look at ways of lending, and we've been talking to some of the, one could say, the new finance institution, peer-to-peer financing. There are some big and growing organizations that's basically working on internet-based financing or loan peer-to-peer between individual persons and then lending farmers. And they're doing unsecured loan, a lot of business scaling up, good example in Indonesia and other countries, and that penetrating area where there are no banking services. So looking at that whole range of financing, how alternate financing can bring funds in and turn what's been the waste into something valuable. And also necessary incentives are needed from the government to help through regulation or incentive other means to encourage alternate things to be done. That need to be combined with also enforcement by the respective agencies. So we need maybe additional budget allocation to stronger monitoring and enforcement, but combined with more opportunity or financing. We're also talking to commodity players such as the oil palm players, the pulp and paper players, for that whole sector pipeline, the roundtable on sustainable rubber, again coming in and making support available through the supply chain to bring more resources, training, incentive, encouragement, So to create a change in the current drivers or incentives. And we have seen that some working at country or sub-national level have been quite successful in reducing the frequency of fire in landscape. So the combination of these approaches, we hope through multi-stakeholder action supported by the member states, and also tapping into climate finance. So there are a lot of potential of climate finance bonds or sukuk to generate resources that can then be invested in these, trying to create low fire and low emission landscapes, and then tap the carbon markets. So these are just some of the ideas that we're looking at, not to have project by project, but programmatic, longer term sustaining mechanism. It's still a work in progress, and that's why we need input from audiences such as this, both on the key problems, initiatives that need to be done, projects or program, what is the gap, please give your ideas. I think we have circulated in the chat box both the presentation, but also the link to share your ideas back. And then we will be, this will be a rolling program, ongoing program up to 2030, where we hope to keep engagement and step by step running across the region, and with drawing on good experience from countries like in Indonesia, a lot of progress made, but not everything solved, and then spreading that to the other member states to move forward and learn from one another. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the response, Pak Faisal. Now I would like to invite Dr. Roberto to respond to the first question from Almi.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. I'd like to respond to the question related to the what BMKG has been doing for peatland restoration. I would say that our government system is so different maybe to other countries, other nations' system, because we have sectoral different institutions. So related to restoration of peatland, Restorasi Gambut is the one agency that will work for that. So Restorasi Gambut is working for to facilitate the escalation of restoration peatland in Indonesia. So having said that, BNPB is not, BNPB does not go to work to the restoration of gambut unless restoration agency asks for our help to do that. So I would respond also, but that BNPB has working for community level next to the surrounding of the peatland. Yeah, like what I said earlier in my presentation, that BNPB has made some community development in their plan agriculture and fishery plan scheme. So this is the kind of response that we made, not during the peaceful time like this. However, if it's already burned or fired, BNPB would come to do necessary action. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the clear explanation, Dr. Berton. Now I would like to invite Prof. Bambang to respond to Almi question and also Pak Hair question. Yeah. Please, Pak Bambang. Oh, the question is about the relationship between peatland inside the concession and outside the concession. For the first question. Yeah.
Okay, last week I was invited by the two police, district police. The first is Dumai. The second one is the police of Bengkalis. So they asked me to investigate because there is a problem there, especially the borders between these two districts, Bengkalis and Dumai. And then now been clear after we use satellites. There is problems there because there is a new regulation made by Ministry of Home Affairs that is not socialized yet, even to the head of the village there. And if you see the data in BIG big is also not approved yet. So sometimes they claim that this Dumai, but actually it's in Bengkalis. And then but the Bengkalis said no, this is actually in Dumai. So this is very important when you link with law enforcement. The question made by judge is where is the burn area started first. So this is very important because the other places maybe because of the spreading of the fires, but we need is where it's come from, first one. Second one, actually the area is a forest area. It's been declared, and that's in the ground. Even they should stay there because the police and army and others is already there. So then, what they would like to see is that please do not have the other fire anymore like this. And our estimation now is around 400 hectares been burned. And finally, I have also another places. At least I got 3 places in Bengkalis. The other one is around 200 hectares. Then also peatland. The other one is 70 hectares. And there is another one is 6 hectares. Now, we are waiting for the samples for analyze. Then we bring the process for the codes because the police would like to do more for the law enforcement. I think I promise with them they'll try to do the best for this. That hopefully this is a good sample to let everybody knows that please do not do like this. Because in the field we found that the groundwater level is going down, and the top of pit is even drying, and then the combustion process is speed up. So sometimes it's very hard to get the waters there. This is also become another problem. Okay. Second one regarding the perda. Of course, in our regulation, for instance, like regulation number 4, 2001 is already stated. There is possibility for the local peoples, not the community, but for the local peoples, masyarakat adat or tradisional is given about 2 hectares for open the land. But if the fire from that land move to non-area, then they will be punished. This is also written there. And the others also stated that again and again, this is only for masyarakat adat and tradisional. If not, then there will be a problem because everybody complain or everybody will claim that we are all community as masyarakat adat tradisional. This should be careful. And there is also a regulation, for instance, like under regulation number 10 in 2010, prepared by the or submit or declared by the Ministry of Environment at the time. This is clear that no fires and the peatland. And then, when even you would like to open, you should check the situation in the peatland there, and then you should in other regulation they said should establish the brick, etc. But please, if there is possibility not to use fire on peatland because it's very, very dangerous. So what I would like to answer from Dean is that it will link with El-Nino. El-Nino is what I can say is to speed up the combustion process, because sometimes when you have fuels there, you should waiting until until around 11 or 12, the drying process. But for El-Nino, then everything seems speed up, so that easily to burn, not burn by itself, but this never happened, something like that. So this is only speed up for the drying, easily or sensitive to fires. And when going to the field, this is also become a big problem because the groundwater will go down, sensitive, and then when you have a fire there, it's very hard to stop because only flooding or the area is the solution. I hope I could answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Bambang, for the answers. I hope it will answer all the questions. Is Prof. Johan, are you still here with us? Okay. Okay, Prof. Johan has already been leave. So, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that our discussion become warmer and warmer, or even hotter, yeah. But we run of our time. So I would like to thank you very much to our distinguished speakers of this session, to Dr. Berton from BNPB, Dr. Agi from BMKG, Pak Faisal Faris from GEC, Prof. Bambang Hero from Regional Fire Monitoring Research Center, and Professor Johan Goldamer for their impressive talks. I believe all of us has a great understandings on fire management, current situation, and also future challenges. The important things is that we have shared information and experience among us in regional level as well as in global environment. So as moderator, I'm pleased to again to thank all of you, the speakers and also participants who present in this room, and also the participants who present online. Thank you very much for the very active contribution and fruitful discussion. Hopefully our network and collaboration will be strengthened in the future. And I should apologize for any inconvenience during this conference. So again, thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Have a nice day. I get back the next program to Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lailan, for hosting this discussion. Before we continue, I would like to say welcome to Professor Iskandar Zulkarnain as Vice Rector of Global Connectivity, Collaboration, and Alumni Relation, IPB University. To honorable speakers and moderator, we are sure enlightened by presentation and discussion. As our honoring to Professor Iskandar Zulkarnain and Dr. Rati, you may come to stage to present our gift to our speakers and moderator. May I commend the photo session? 1, 2, 3, smile. One more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, going for one more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you. You may have a seat back. With the end of the second session of discussion, this event ends today. We'll be hearing a closing remarks from Professor Iskandar Zulkarnain as Vice Rector of Global Connectivity, Collaboration, and Alumni Relation, IPB University. To Professor Iskandar Zulkarnain, you are pleased to come to stage and the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, our MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Iskandar Siregar. Currently, since 3 months ago, I was appointed as the Vice Rector for Global Connectivity, Collaboration, and Alumni. Yeah, so yeah, now I have new role before. More tasks, of course. Yeah, very happy that the first FIRE, international conference, been concluded. Yeah, this afternoon. Yeah, so we hope not only the first but the second, the third will be. I talked to Ati whether there is specific conference on FIRE. She said no. Yeah, because previous conference is more on the global title, yeah, sustainability, restoration, yeah. But now really very focused, and I think there is no other institution, yeah, in Indonesia could conduct such a conference. Thanks to Professor Bambang Hero and also to the French partners, I think, Pak Jean-Michel Dumas from French Embassy in Jakarta, and Prof. Christelle Heli, yeah, from PSL France, Paris Science Letters University, one of the best university. To our senior here, Pak Raffles, Bu Hani, glad that you are here representing the Ministry of Forestry, showing the strong and very determined relation with the IPB University. And we also thanks to all the resource person from Indonesia as well as from overseas. We learned a lot after the COVID that we can do it in hybrid mode. Yeah? Like this morning also, difficult for our Vice Rector to come here because he has a teaching obligation 9:30 or 9:40. Yeah? So our main campus here is not very easy to go, yeah, in a short time. So finally the opening was done very well. I was there also on other occasion attending the C4 Partner Day, yeah, almost at the same time. Yeah, we need to follow up, of course, after the conference. Yeah, broadening again the network, and very important to again this collaboration between IPB and Friends is very good, and more on the capacity building. I think we need it, yeah. And more action in the field through the capacity building and capacity strengthening, I think, through the trainings of the young future scientists and then the practitioner at the national and subnational level. Let's keep collaborating, globally, as we face the same agenda in the currently and in the future. Climate change, sustainability, preparedness for the pandemics, knowledge product development is our common agenda to do. We cannot work alone now, hand in hand among the countries within the region and also across the globe. Without further ado, I would like to again congratulate to the committee for successfully conducting this seminar. It will be recorded, I mean, as a history, not history, as part of our activity. And don't forget to again disseminate this event, Bu Layanan, Prof Bambang, to the more broader stakeholder through the social media, etc. Thank you, congratulations. Now I officially close the first Fire International Conference 2023 by saying Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Iskandar, for your closing remarks. Unfortunately, we have arrived at the end of the event. It's been an amazing event with all of the speakers, distinguished invitees, and all of the attendees. To all attendees, the coffee break is now held. For audience, you are allowed to leave the room and enjoy the snacks that have been provided outside the room. You are pleased to enjoy your snack either in this room or outside. Lastly, we are hoping you had a great time and we already end this event. On behalf of every committee, we would like to deliver our apologies for all inconvenience and say thank you for your presence and see you later for more valuable knowledge and experiences. I close this event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.